Yo, hello. What's good?
Why?
Hello.
Welcome to another episode of Jump Point. Last time, a few things happened. The party fought against creatures from the Shadowfell and saved a Shadarkai named Mycroft, who was running from them. Mycroft seemed to have the same strange abilities that Thea has, but they didn't really go into much detail about why they were on the run, but they seemed glad to join the group and be out of their situation. Later, the party was visited by Jareth, the 8th monarch of the Githyanki Gorgency, during his rounds, and did a bit of a checkup on the group since they were involved in an altercation with pirates at the bar. Also that night, Giles met with Captain Rip and got more details on the hunt for Captain Pocky and the Bullhorn pirates. And we return back to that same night after some conversations were had, some mending to the ship, the dark and stormy, here within the main dock of Stardock. As the night continues on here, and as Demi, you and Autumn head towards the kind of weapons deck of the ship, is there any other conversations or moments had here in this night before we move to the next day? As Giles, you're going back to the ship and you've been given the rendezvous point, or from Captain Rip, a point within the lines near cyberspace, the system in which Eberron calls home. What are you guys doing, if you're doing anything?
I'm at least just making sure that, actually, I should ask you, do I need to make sure there's ammo stocked up for the,
For the ballista? Probably, yeah. I think if you have any leftover budget, that would be very good to grab some ballista bolts here. But
yeah.
honestly, you said Morn went off to who I forgot. For help me here. Someone went off to get weapons and things, right? Was that Demi?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. True.
I've replenished mine and Morn's ammo, and I lifted a light crossbow for Mycroft.
Yeah, I will say, if that was something that you made known, Giles, to like the rest of the group, that would be a thing, we can say that was handled. But if not,
It depends on when you thought of it.
yeah, if it's like a just now coming back from Captain Riv, it's like, oh, then it's probably a thing that needs to happen before we ship out.
Yeah, I think I'd probably, like, after coming back from Captain Rip, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, shit, I never remember to do this, and then, sort of immediately let everyone know that's like, hey, we need to get some ammo for this thing.
For sure. Yeah, I think as you come back, you're going up the gangplank of the ship, and it's like, you knew you forgot something. I think we see, I think you kind of walk in on, actually give me a perception check as you kind of open up the hatch and head down into the like, as you walk into the ship, I should say. I think you see at the far end of the hallway, you see Morn and Aerith having a bit of a kind of conversation here. You also see, like, as you walked past Mycroft on the deck looking out toward, like, Toril and, like, the Wildspace itself. I think you just walk past people. I think you do look up and see Demi and Autumn up on the weapons deck as well.
I think I'll sort of go up to where. Yeah, I'll go up to the weapons deck and
For sure, yeah.
yeah, sort of at least just like give everything like a once over on the ballista and stuff. And like am I like intruding a conversation between like Demi and Autumn? Are you guys having like a conversation while I sort of am coming up?
I think I really don't remember much of the contents of that conversation, but we were just sort of shooting the shit and smoking, I think.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I think there's a conversation that like led you guys up there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll sort of like at least sort of come up, check the ballista, and sort of talk to both of you simultaneously. It's like, hey, do you guys know how much ammo we have for this thing? Like off the top of your heads?
Yes.
How many bolts do we have?
1.
Right. That's what I figured. Yeah, we're gonna have to go and stock up and at least do that before we leave.
Alright.
Can we go do that?
If you don't mind, and if we have any sort of spare funds, you know, to do so, yeah, if you could do that, that'd be great.
We should start a party wallet, or just a wallet for the ship.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I feel like we're talking about doing something like that, but we should definitely like fully enact that.
Yeah, I don't think we ever decided on a place to put it. I think that's what it came down to. Something like that.
Yeah.
Someone decided that it might be good to put behind a ladder between the spelljamming helm and the rest of the ship.
Yeah, because at least it's kind of tucked away. Not in an obvious spot, which is good. Yeah.
Anyway, I can go see how much those are.
Yeah,
Get a
that'd be
refund
great.
from everybody.
Sounds good. I guess in the meantime, I'll see if I can like quickly whip up like a little sort of vault thing that I could sort of retrofit into that little spot. See if it's possible.
GM,
Yes.
is the weapons deck open to space up here?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Then, yeah, I leave over the side.
Yeah. I think you kind of walk down, or roll down here onto the dock and head into the inner hollow. I'll say that you find something pretty quick here, not too far from the inner hollow kind of tunnels and things like that. There's ballista bolts. They're probably going to be. Give me 1 second. Probably. We have to look at items in this funny little dice game. It always gets me going. It's probably
You
going to
had
be
all that time we talked about shopping for it. And you didn't look it up.
No, I did not.
I'm just saying.
This guy.
It's going to be you're gonna get a bushel of 20. They're going to be, since they're a bit more sturdier than a ballista, the crossbow bolt here. It's probably going to be 5 GP per. But you get 20
per bushel, per bundle, or per bolt. Because you're saying crossbow bolts and bullets are 1-to-1.
Yeah, so it's going to be
5x.
5-to-1.
Okay. What's that? 5 times 20 is
100.
100.
Yep.
Okay. Do we need more than 20? Above the table, I have not shot more than 3 ballista bolts in a fight in my life.
Well,
Wait,
yes.
in our other spelljammer game.
Just ever. In any game I've ever had a ballista, it's been maximum 3 bolts per fight.
Yeah.
They just don't last that long. But that being said, I think for 100 gold, that's probably fine to just get 20.
I mean, that'll last a
Yeah.
while, so.
Yeah, and
True.
I think you know that there's like
It'll
a
at least last until we resupply later.
yeah. I think you know there's like a compartment on the weapons deck where you can like store a lot of like the stuff up there, right? Like this is why you could put those bolts into, like a spot for a case, something like that.
So I guess we'll say that you buy it and then we'll figure out the money because I think I have the most of it.
Yeah,
Cool.
I
Yeah,
definitely
you do.
don't have 100 on me. So
Yeah, I think there's like that awkward thing of like, yeah, I'll be right back, pissing off the Yankee merchant here, like, I'll say, as you run back, grab some money from
run
Lauren.
back. Okay, so update. They come in a case of 20, but it's 100 gold for a case of 20.
right. Well,
How
To
many
be
of us
fair-
are there? Not counting my mother. 6, 7, 6.
yeah, it's just 7, right? 5, then yeah, I think we have 7, not including your mother.
Aerith, Mycroft.
Yeah, Mycroft doesn't have any money.
Yeah, true.
I'll cover Aerith's, and yeah, Mycroft's broke. So
Yeah.
how much can you guys afford?
Well, I got nothing on me because this ballista basically put me out dry. So
Yeah, Autumn has 46 gold.
Okay.
Everybody give me 13.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't really
With
rolled
the
for
exception,
Aerith's.
with the exception
salary.
of Morn, who's
Yeah.
gonna give me 26.
Is that going to be enough?
Yeah, I just did the math.
Yeah, I'm just gonna roll real quick for Aerith's salary from the SSA real fast.
We never calculated that. Yeah.
No, we did not. She is.
I just added 26.
Yeah, make a note of this, Morn. She's like 80.
Add it to our total that I.
Yeah. She's 80 gold. Currently on her because she's like helped with other expenses that you guys have done, right?
Sure, I'll count Aerith's money on fucking Electrum because no one uses that shit.
Real. Little SSA salary. For the road.
You're on D&D Beyond though, so just be careful that you don't look at the like converted total gold and see
Yeah.
that you have vastly more than you need.
It's like, but yeah, I think you guys handle this very quickly and like kind of like do the number, run the numbers, like everyone pulling out their money. It's that weird scene of like everyone's like, yeah, I got pocket lint and this. It's like everyone's hands out. It's like, oh yeah, we could figure out the total of things, grab the bolts that you need. The merchant handing you like, wrapped, bound bushel of 20 ballista bolts, really well made, honestly. And you head back to the dark and stormy. Was there anything else that anyone, any business or any conversations anyone wanted to have before we move to the next day here, as the ship seems to be in order. I think, Giles, you have one big thing. Since we're talking about navigating to cyberspace, to heading in that direction, the lines there, did any of you have any star maps or anything of that region? Because right now we're really flying on like knowledge of realm space here.
Can I
right?
roll to see if I would have thought of that while I was out shopping?
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
What region are we talking about?
That's a no. That's a negative.
Cyberspace. So this is the system where Everon is.
I don't think Autumn would.
Yeah.
I can't take it seriously that it's called cyberspace.
Yeah,
I know.
that's
I
what
want to
it
make a
is.
joke every time. I want to make a joke every time.
That's
but
what it is.
I cannot
Cyber.
serious
take it
game. This-
That's
We'll
what it
get used
is.
to it
World Wide
eventually,
Web.
maybe.
I wish I was joking.
Surely
I know, but
more
you could have named
familiar.
it something else. Is the
I
thing.
could have. But that's the planet.
Surely
That's
more
the god.
familiar.
No, I'm back in it. I did not think of star maps, but
Yeah.
where do I find Giles?
Yeah, you find Giles most likely in his captain's quarters working on the little like money piggy bank to
Sorry.
put in the thing
Uh,
behind the was it ladder?
Yeah, I'd knock on the door, and the second you turn around, you see the crossbow bolt case already flying towards you. Catch.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
strength
Can I
save?
roll it?
Yes.
I was gonna say.
Strength or dexterity, whichever one you choose.
Well, let's see. Let's find out.
We're an oops all decks party.
It's really, it's like think fast. It's like you kind of catch, and honestly, it's really cumbersome, right? Like he just walked in the door and threw like a
They're
bushel.
not heavy, but they are big.
Yeah, it's like you're making sure they don't drop and hit the wood floor that you finished in your captain's quarter. And like, but you have the bolts you need to put them up on the weapons deck, and you're chilling.
I feel like
Yep.
maybe if in a pinch you could make those, but
Yeah, I guess can I roll investigation? I guess on the crossbow bolts.
Yeah. Investigation? What are we looking for here?
I'm just sort of looking at like the build construction of each one of these and sort of like what materials are made out of it and stuff.
I see. Do you have proficiency? What tools do you have proficiency in?
Smith's tools, thieves' tools, tinker's tools, wood carver's tools.
Very good, because you have wood
That all
carvers and
seems
smith's tools here. Either one of those here could be used here. Very, very good skills that Giles has acquired from Kasrin.
Thank God.
Any one of those skill checks or tool proficiency checks is up to you. I think with Smith, you'll be able to figure out like the make of like the ballista kind of iron piece here, and something that you can maybe possibly forge. With like the wood carving, you can figure out how like the proper measurements and lengths of like the actual wooden piece of the ballista bolt here. I'll give you one piece of information for whichever check you choose. Helping you get closer to make these.
Let me see.
It should be a d20 plus your proficiency bonus, and then you can add your intelligence if you're like actually scanning for these, right? So it would be that. So probably a d20 plus 6 for you.
Yeah, I think that's what it's always been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whichever one you want to choose.
I'll do. I'll do Smith's tools for this check.
For sure, yeah. 12? 12 is okay. I think you have the general, like, layout of them. You have to take a bit more time to, like, see how you'd actually, like, you know, forge them, per se. But I think you have, like, a general idea of, like, oh, this is the shape that I would have to make the mold for these. You know, there's a bit more process here to, like, smithing the actual ballista kind of headpiece. But I think you're like, okay, you could quickly draw like a schematic of like the mold that you'd have to pour here.
Okay, that's fair. I guess, what is it? I think I don't think the ship has like any form of a smithing station.
Oh, definitely
like,
not. Oh no.
Yeah.
You'd have to forge them at like a stop along the way, essentially.
Yeah.
To do that,
That's fair.
there's really no space
Okay.
for forge.
I'll at least say I have blueprints now for these.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Do I know, like, what materials? Do I know what materials are used out of this?
I think on a 12, I think you probably need some like iron ore here. And then some like really sturdy like well you looked for just the head piece of the ballista. You just only need some iron ore. And you know it's pretty easy to come by. You know they forge these in bulk anyway, so it's a very easy thing to find.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah. As
Am I running any other errands before we leave?
Yeah, as Giles finishes sort of looking over the one of the ballista arrows, he sort of looks up. It's like, no, I think we're actually finally all set. That sort of, you know that feeling when like you're about to like head off on a trip and like feel like you're forgetting something and stuff, and obviously like you do forget something, but
No.
now that you've sort of gone the thing that you've forgotten.
Just nodding. But you can tell that I have never felt that feeling in my life.
Either way, glad you understand.
I think there's like a
Okay.
knock on like the
I
wood.
thought
of-
everybody were heading out.
Yeah, and there's like a knock on the wood of the door, like from Aerith, like, well, Captain, do we have our coordinates or that we're heading toward, or what's the plan on that?
Yeah, so I have the coordinates from Captain Rip. So we'll be going together. This is going to be a little bit of a lengthy trip, but I think we'll be okay for the most part. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to discuss with Captain Rip once again, just to sort of figure out when.
All right, that sounds good to me. Well, I'm gonna get some rest before we have to head out. And you know, we'll do what we did before if we need to trade places on the helm. I'll tune to the helm before I get rest.
Yeah. I'm going to double check also, just for our own sake and stuff, because I don't want us to obviously get too drained when we get there. I'm going to double check with any of the other potential individuals on the ship if they're able to take over or anything like that.
All right, sounds good. And you see that
It's a
she.
requirement. You just need spells, right?
I think you see Aerith like. Yes, you would need the ability to cast spells and some knowledge of flying and piloting a spelljammer. would be ideal.
I don't have that today, but I might have a nice dream about it.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna tune to the helm, and you see that she walks further out, opens up the doors, and then like opens up the hatch that goes into the small Jimmy home.
Very well. I'll let you know if I need anything from you or whatever. But or vice versa as well.
As we move from here, was there any other business for tonight?
I don't think I've got anything.
Jazz, do you have any business that you need to tend to this evening?
Who's Jazz?
My
Get his ass.
get his ass.
Sorry.
Thea. What's Thea doing right now? As like things are being moved around, and you see people kind of moving through, grabbing items. I think. Give me a perception check, Thea. Here.
Nah.
6. I think you just kind of can hear the movement about the ship, right? You hear Nabaru and Ophelia Moore kind of talking in the galley a bit. Yeah, you hear you heard that a bit of a conversation between Aerith and Moore, and you only heard like bits and pieces, not enough to grab anything. As like Aerith moves past the captain's quarters, you see that they poke their head in and open the main doors, and you see Mycroft looking out towards Toril, looking out like from the dock itself. But it's kind of all you gather, really. Like nothing. It's just things moving around you. It's just a lot of noise, a lot of liveliness on the ship. Was there anything that Thea?
That was the longest description for a 6 I've ever fucking heard.
I know.
So true.
He's generous. He's a generous GM.
But
But it was no details. Is what it's basically what I.
For sure. I know. I'm just.
yeah.
I was like, I just looked back and I was like, wait, that was the same roll.
Honestly, I think Thea's just kind of chilling, kind of lost in her own thoughts, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Not really kind of paying attention to much. Yeah, just kind of looking around, but sort of, just like very absent-mindedly.
Yeah. Yeah, I think things are just moving around you, right? And you're just kind of like thinking here. You know that you did something good today. You saved someone for once in your visions. Something good has arrived from one of them.
Yeah.
Which is a bit strange. But as you kind of, I guess, gather your thoughts and head in for the night, if there isn't anything else from the crew of the Dark and Stormy, we close on tonight. As Giles, you kind of put the finishing touches, kind of load all the ballista bolts into the case that's on the weapons deck, make sure that's secured. You see that Aerith attuning, you can't get the shot of Aerith attuning to the Kendori phone, or as we see them heading in, and calm rests over the Dark and Stormy. And a new day approaches. Who's
really quick above table, just
Go ahead.
so I assume Giles, you're going to be tracking a lot of the ship stuff. In
Yeah.
your inventory, if you do manage, you can add custom item in the center there. You just type ballista bolt, make the cost 5, and then do quantity 21.
Is there
Okay.
not an actual item for it?
No, there's
No,
not.
not for ballista bolts in particular, and don't want to get confused by other bolts.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do heavy crossbow, but there's no point between that and a custom item.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Sorry.
did a little look. I did a look before, and I was like, "There's no ballista bolt. Why is there so many?" Okay,
It's because they don't want you tracking stuff on that scale.
I get it.
They really don't.
I know, but
Audacious, truly.
hey,
I want to.
everything in this beautiful wild space costs a little bit of gold. As we move to the next day,
Long rest.
long rest. Yeah, hit the long rest button.
Was all of that when we got the bolts? Was later the same day we bought the
yes.
ballista?
Yeah.
Just checking because I have to.
After I talked to Aerith, after you talked to Autumn.
Yep.
Right, I just wouldn't. It's all. It's
I
all a
got you.
blur.
Yeah.
It's all good.
I'm just double checking because I have to re-roll. I rolled floating disc again, so I have to. Oh, that's much better. Look at Jackie's hideous laughter.
All right.
Wow.
Wow.
As we move to the next day, give me a who's the first, like, as we kind of all of you guys get up, right? But who would be the first to like hit like the main kind
Me.
of deck of the ship? Okay. Give me a perception check here as you kind of look out toward the dock itself.
Perception. God, you might be in dice jail. We'll see. I rolled a 5 for a total of 8.
8. Okay. I think you look out and kind of see the docks. You see kind of some ships leaving and things like that. I think you're kind of just looking at the liveliness of the dock itself. As you're doing that, there is a kind of the sound of footsteps heading up near your dock, the dock where the dark and stormy is, kind of heading up to the gangplank, and you hear someone say, "Permission to board."
Permission denied? Who the fuck are you?
As you look down, you see a Githyanki woman with red hair, kind of armor, some armor on. I'm trying to remember if Demi has seen this person.
Is this name is babysitter?
This is Benor,
Yeah.
from Captain Rip's crew.
I think we saw them briefly, just in passing.
You see that they kind of are like, they see you and they kind of like eye you carefully. But you see that they were just waiting.
You gonna tell me what you're doing here, or
Huh.
and what's your name?
It's Benor. I'm from Captain Rip's crew.
Okay.
I have an item for you. From the captain.
Just lean on the gunwale. Fold my fingers under my chin. Ooh, an item.
I think, yeah, you see that she has a kind of a rolled parchment under her arm.
I know what that is. I want to see if Demi does.
Sure.
They absolutely do not. That's a
Um, Do I have permission to board your ship? And is your Captain Baumgartner around?
He's around. He's still sleeping. You do realize it's like 5 a.m.?
You see that she kind of looks up. As you are looking closely at her, you see that there's this emblem around her neck. Give me a
Holy
religion.
symbol?
Yeah, give me a religion check.
Yeah. I'm actually good at those. I think. Yeah. Ooh, I am. Dirty 20.
30-20 is great.
Nice.
I think with your time around, you've seen a symbol like this before. This is for Aram, the Silver Lord. You know that he is a archon of camaraderie and loyalty. And you see that she has like a mace at her side as well. And you see that. My captain is an early riser, and we have matters to attend to before we rendezvous with you.
Hop over onto the gangplank and put out my hand.
I think as Demi's shaking hands, you
Oh, I wanted to
You
give
see-
me the map.
giving exchanging hands of the map. You see a groggy Giles Baumgartner, sort of squinted-eyed and like sort of bedheaded, coming towards the gangplank. It's like, what's this racket going on about? Hello?
Benji from Captain Rip's crew?
It's Benor, is it?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yes, Benor. I'm gonna extend my hand. Yeah, good morning. Yeah, feel free to come aboard the ship. Do you need anything? Coffee, tea, water?
I'll pass. Here. As she hands seeing your captain, Demi, she hands the parchment over to you. I've marked the coordinates on there as well. We will see you there in time.
Very well. What time, what, oh God, what is it? What time are you guys planning on departing?
Right now.
Very well. Alright, well, I was gonna plan on... If you guys are heading out now, then, perhaps we can meet up, and discuss things, probably at the location, I guess.
Very well. He told me that you got more details on our targets. I think she's not talking very loudly right now, right? As you guys are kind of closer here. You told me you have more details on the target. Meet us there. We have, as I told your crew member, we have other matters in between. So, we will see you at the rendezvous point. Be careful.
Yes, as you and your crew are as well. Take it easy.
You see that she kind of gives you a bit of a nod and leaves and heads down toward the dock. I think as you look down, you do see that some of the ships are left. You do see the All Sheet Road is maybe 8 docks down from you. And you can see movement there. Sails, there's like kind of, it's a flying fish ship, so like you see the sails kind of open, and you see those like sails on the side that kind of look like almost like frilly fins. As some moments later, the All She Rode sets off of Stardock.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn back to Demi. It's like, oh, I don't know. Do I continue staying up here or go back to sleep? What do you think's the right idea here?
Well, you're not sailing out on the first leg, so I guess you could sleep.
Yeah, that's fair. What time should we head out?
Well, they're not going directly there, and our ship is faster, so
True.
I guess it's up to you.
Give me like 3 more hours, and then we'll head out from there. How about that?
What woke you up?
To be honest, I genuinely don't know. But I know I heard you sort of exclaiming things, and I was a little bit curious if we needed to fight people at 5 in the morning, but yeah.
Just a big, sharp grin.
What's in the parchment there?
Oh, I unroll it.
What you see is a star map of the lines near cyberspace. You see marked on there is like a point in common and in Tirsu of the rendezvous point. It's you see that it's like kind of on the far edge of this map, and it kind of shows Eberron as you get closer into like the middle of the map, and like other planets within that system. But like
so Eberron before hitting this point.
No, you'll hit that point before you hit Eberron.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it's the lines are lines are like spaces within the system and within the astral sea as well. So like essentially you're rendezvousing in the astral sea with Captain Rip's crew.
Back again. It's a star map.
No.
This interesting route.
Yeah, looks it. Well, to be honest, yeah, we needed that. That's for certain. I
can go see if I can update hours with this.
Yeah, that's a good call. I'm gonna go back to bed then.
Yeah, I think you had. Where, just for me, where is the kind of where are the maps kind of held? Are they within your quarters? On them? I'm sorry, not on them.
Put all that in the
Giles.
I think they're actually, aren't they like I want to say they're like in a very they're in the same room as the helm.
Okay, yeah.
That's what I would think, yeah.
But like on a table, like
in
off
the
to
corner,
side or
like,
something.
like near where one of the eyes of the wasp is. Right?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. I think you, as you kind of are on the deck, you walk to near where the hatch is to get down into the spelljamming helm. Open that up and just take the ladder down, put that on the desk there, and then kind of climb back up, head into the main area.
While I'm down there,
Sure,
can I
yeah.
compare against the maps that we have and see if I can. Is there any other information on this map that would maybe let us? There's certainly a faster route, but I want to know if there's anything that's like, here's like definitely don't go here.
Very tough, because I think what you have from Brawl is a star map of realm space. So like Toro, all the other planets there, and a bit of like the lines that are taken through realm space to like the closer systems. I think there's some notes on there, like maybe some like SSA type like notices of like asteroid fields and like things like that. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, I think nothing. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. We love ADHD.
Whales.
Asteroid fields.
Yeah, asteroid fields. Maybe some Kandori patterns. Maybe like, as far as like mating grounds and like mating patterns of Kandori. Things that are like probably commonly known things here. Maybe some. Trying to see what things Autumn would probably point out, or Aerith would point out on the map here. I think there's probably some points of danger.
Tools and cartographer's tools right now.
Yeah, give me a navigator's tools here.
What ability?
Wisdom.
Okay. Awful. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's a 7.
7. I think it's just the basic knowledge here of like
Yeah.
the things that are marked on here. Nothing really that sticks out here, but it's like the common things of like, oh, there's an asteroid field here. If we're in the lines here, we're in the lines here. These are safer paths. They're patrolled by the SSA, so you should be fine, right?
Okay. Yeah. I don't get too much interesting out of it, but I just want to circle the asteroid fields and make a note of every time we go into and out of
A system.
the void,
Yes.
the silver void.
Yep.
And then, I'll head back up. Going into and out of this room where the gravity is inverted along the plane of the ship, Demi doesn't use the ladder, just sort of like tips into it and stands up on the other side.
I mean, you're fine on Stardock.
Stardock doesn't override our gravity, does it?
Oh, yes, it does. You're inside of a very large gravity plane. Right now, things are quite normal. Once you kind of hit
It's
out
gonna
with
make it difficult to get into the spell jamming.
Not really. It's just a hatch
Shit's
that goes
upside
down.
down in that room.
It's not. But who is the as time kind of goes forward a bit, who kind of rises here and kind of gets things prepared and ready? Since today is the day you guys have to ship out.
Probably get up with Aerith.
Yeah.
Just gonna head
Yeah.
over to the helm.
Yeah, Aerith kind of they're a bit of an early riser. Once they kind of walk down, get into the helm, kind of like make sure that things are prepared. They look at the star map. They're like, oh, guess someone went out and got one. That's good. And you see that they're taking a look at it, kind of like, I'm gonna roll straight survival here. I think they kind of point out the same things that you point out, Demi. Hot a 6 on the die for a total of let me check real fast. For a total of 8. Yeah, they point out the same things that kind of you see. They're like, oh, kind of seeing that you already have marked them. Like, okay. Well, Morn, do you mind getting everyone up if they're not up? Just making sure that we
Well, I think nothing will wake him up like gravity changing, but sure.
that is True. You see that she kind of looks towards you and touches the spell jamming helm, and you see that her eyes go from that like kind of yellow to pure blue, and the kind of ship just lifts off the ground, all 6 of the wasp legs. Give me a I need everyone on this ship who is
So
asleep
fast.
to give me just a dexterity save. DC's rather low. DC's 12 here. Give me a dexterity saving throw. 21 from Autumn. 7 from Giles. Oh geez.
Yep.
Thea, if you would. I'll roll one for Mycroft as well. It's not good for them. Not ideal. She's dexterous. Stand back, guys. Mycroft.
Step back.
Mycroft only got a 6. Not ideal. And I'll roll for our lovely Ophelia Moore and Navarro. You're from a loud thud from Navarro as he hits the ground, and Ophelia Moore kind of jostled a little bit, like, "Oh, guess we're lifting off. Good to know." All right. As we all lift here, I think some of you are jostled out of bed a little bit. Just from like the movement here, you know that the ship is lifting off and leaving Stardock as we head back out into Wildspace here. Well. Where to? For the crew of the Dark and Stormy. You know where your rendezvous point is. What do you all do here? You have 2 weeks of travel from Stardock to there. You have a fairly clear path ahead of you. What do you guys do?
I'm gonna first check in with Aerith.
Sure,
yeah. I'm gonna like head to the start spell jamming hell. See that she's there and stuff. And just repeat my head, and it's like, "Hey, Aerith."
You see that they're focusing, like, what'd you need, guys?
Nothing crazy. Don't need you to do anything. Just wanted to see like how long did you want to fly for, and all that.
I
before you wanted
will.
me to take up.
I'll fly for today, and I can fly for today, and possibly tomorrow. If you want to take over after that, we can trade for that. That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine by me. If 2 days of travel's like easy for you, that's okay with me then.
Yeah, if we don't run into anything too crazy, I should be fine.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, at this point, Giles then sort of like goes into the kitchen, grabs some coffee, maybe some food and things. Then probably heads back into his captain's quarters and finally starts working on Ritz's core.
Yeah, I think you spend the day working on that. What is everyone else doing on this first couple of days of travel here? Hey, this is your time,
Yes, everyone's
guys.
chilling.
Everyone's
Chilling.
This is
on
your
the first-
time. What do y'all got?
I think I'm up on the weapons deck. Mostly just staring out at the stars. But I've got a little spread of things in front of me. There's the Sylvan spirit board is out. Just the like plant leather map of it unrolled. I've also got the wooden and I've forgotten the name of that thing, but it's a compass board. I'm just I think I'm just sort of taking a vibe check of the ship. At some point, I've taken ball bearing out of my pocket. Tried to see if I can throw it so that it goes out and around the entire ship, around the edge of our gravity. See if I can catch it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, give me a.
I want to see how many of those I lose. I can actually manage to pull that off.
Give me a sleight of hand here.
$11.
11. It takes you a few tries. You lose probably like
Sorry,
5. Yeah, you probably lose like 5 or 6 ball bearings before you actually attempt it. Or you do it. You can't. You're trying to find like the right angle to like make it in the right force to make it go all the way around. Before it kind of so maybe they're a little too far, and it's like, and just like you see it just a little pause.
How far out is the gravity plane? Our little bubble. Does it go to the edge of the air envelope, or?
If I'm not mistaken, and the keel and beam of the ship is 80-20. So I think it's about that, if I'm not mistaken. Hey, don't get me to lie.
What did you just say?
Like the keel and beam of the ship, right? So like it's
Yeah, 80 long, 20 wide,
yes.
or is that wide or tall? I don't remember.
Ships. If I'm not mistaken, that is the assumption. Yeah.
The beam is the width.
Beam's the width. Okay. Yeah. Ah, he's using. Guys, stand back, guys. He's using his real world knowledge.
Nose bleeding.
No, I love it. Yeah. I think it takes you like a couple tries to like perfectly get it, but
It's hard because you have to actually hit the edge of it so that it has enough orbital decay to actually come all the way back.
Yeah. I think there's a moment of like, once again, you see kind of bump into Mycroft, like, am I disturbing something? Or it's all right. It seemed like a good place to view things.
Oh, did Minecraft come up to the weapon
Yes.
stack?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not disturbing anything.
Oh,
Although I would take a step to your left right now.
right now.
Does she? Or do
Let
they?
me see.
You said right now, so I'm gonna assume no, and a ball bearing hits her in the back of the head.
On a, let's see. The dexterity saving throw here. 17 on the die. Total 22. They like at the last second like move their head and like oh.
I don't have to move my hand; it goes right where I'm prepared to catch it.
You could have given me a bit more of a warning, but all right.
I did.
Right. Well, don't let me. It's big, right? This is your first time seeing this stuff.
Out there?
Yes.
Nah, I've done some sailing.
Right. I've only really read about, things like this, but never thought I'd actually see it, so yeah, I think you just see that they're overwhelmed by the vastness of Wildspace. It's like not something that we really have in, at least from where I'm from, so.
Are you sure? Or has no one gone out to find it?
That could
I'll
be.
tell you, there was a time. I'm from a place called Brawl.
Oh.
It's a tiny little rock, comparatively. I mean, we were just on that rock, and I point back towards the hollow is definitely out of view now, but I
Oh yeah.
point to where it was.
You've left the Tears of Saloon and are like, approaching toward the edge of realm space, essentially.
I really like putting people in places on rocks out here, but
Oh,
there's planets all over, like right there. That's not a star. That's a planet.
oh, interesting. What was the one that we were near in while we were on Stardock? What was that place called?
The big one in the sky.
Yes. Let me just see.
I don't remember.
I think you would know. You had schooling on this for sure.
It was Toral, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh, Toral. Oh.
Yeah, I just didn't. Above table didn't remember.
Yeah, you're fine. I think I've heard of it. Some. I think I've read a few
Wouldn't
books
be surprised.
about it. I can't quite remember some of the landmarks, but I do remember reading a book on it.
What kind of book on Toral makes its way to the Shadowfell?
You would be surprised. I think. Give me an insight check here, Demi. Give me an insight check.
I hate when I roll a die and it hits the perfect corner of my dice tray and just stops. It's definitely not cocked, but it's like, no, this is the number. There's no rolling. Is it insight?
Yes,
Total
insight.
13.
You said 13?
Yeah.
You don't really catch anything. from Mycroft. They seem. I think you just get the sense of like the wonder of experiencing the things right now. But what you didn't see, and what you couldn't have seen, they being very careful with their words as they kind of like pause, like, oh, well, do you? I'll stay up here and watch things for a little bit. As we move from the weapons deck here, one of you on this wonderful ship, give me a D20 roll as we progress through these 2 days of travel.
Grady, you do it.
Grady, it's your time. The time is now. Is he there?
I know his ass is muted. Oh, he's done it though.
15. Okay.
From the phone immediately when I unmute it.
All right. These next 2 days of travel progress fairly smoothly. You're heading through Realmspace, a pretty traveled place. I think you do pass like a trading ship or two that's entering the lines. A galleon size ship. I think it's about time for the trade on the third day. Giles, you're going to attune. You attune to the spelljamming helm that night, and are able to fly the ship for the next 2 days here. As we get through the first 2 days, as you guys head out from Realmspace, you head into heading on the lines here. You're heading into the Astral Sea, heading to where you can pass through another system here, or continue through the Astral Sea itself. I think you know the pathway here. So on this third day, what's going on the ship here with the rest of the crew?
I think Autumn's mostly just like studying spells.
Spelly spells?
For
Oh,
sure.
yeah.
I think it's a different process for you as a cleric. That you're able to kind of remember some of the training that you received from Allium and go through some of that here. Are you just in like the main kind of crew quarters?
I'd say for the most part, but maybe once or twice on like the weapons deck. Autumn will just like head up there, when it's empty, and just maybe cast like spiritual weapon and just kind of play around with it a little, knowing that we'll have a long rest to recover the spell slots.
What form does it take as you are practicing this spell?
It is the dog's dagger.
It's shaped like mongrel.
Yeah.
Interesting. Does anyone else meet Autumn up on the weapons deck here? Or what are you doing with these next 2 days?
I think it's time to address the doll in the backpack.
Oh no.
I forgot about that.
It's time.
I was hoping we forgot about that.
I unfortunately think about it every session because it's just sitting there in my
It's
inventory.
just sitting there.
Yes, it is in your
Before you do
inventory.
that,
These oops.
before you fuck me up,
Yeah,
one
go
thing
ahead.
I forgot to mention before we switched from Aerith to Giles in the pilot seat, I would have asked, finished fixing the fang traps.
Oh, you asked if he did that?
That was a while ago.
Yes, that was. Giles, how much of your focus is on Ritz's remodifying Ritz's core and putting it into something else? How much of does that take your focus? Do you have any time for side jobs here? Is what kind of what I'm asking.
I guess I was sort of like, I mean, like I was taking like before I took the helm.
Yeah.
I was sort of putting my full focus into it. But if someone like sort of came in during that time frame asking about something, I wouldn't mind taking on that.
I gave you these. I think I gave you these before we left.
Brawl, yes. If they weren't a priority, you know. Hey. What I'll say is give me your Tinkerer's Tool roll here. How many traps did you hand to
3?
3? Okay. $17. Okay. You're able to fix the 2 of them with your time here. Right before you switch with Aerith. As Aerith is still within the spell jamming helm, but like kind of checking on the maps here before they kind of head up back into the crew deck. More.
Fair enough.
They kind of like give you some points of like, or just stay on. We're on the right heading. I guess we can cut into. I guess we can cut into. Gray space. For a little bit, if as we're on the lines within the Astral Sea, if you think that's something you want to do. We'd be flying a little blind, but if we're on the edges of that, we'll be all right.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, I think we'll be okay regardless. Like,
Okay.
it's pretty calm sailing out here, so we'll be all right.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna head up to the course. You can see Aerith as they climb up onto the main deck. I'll take out the observation deck there and head into the crew quarters, and they kind of walk into where you are, Morn, here.
Yeah, probably walks in right as I'm pulling this doll out of my backpack that's just been in there this whole time.
What you pull out in your hands is a very well made doll. It has like kind of brown curly hair. This really nice, like almost green dress on. These really well painted, like blue eyes. All in all, it's very well made, and you see that the doll kind of shifts its head up toward you, and it's like, so you've decided to take me out of the bag. I appreciate it.
Sorry about that. Busy.
Oh, I heard some things, but I don't fault you. And do you like release the doll, or do you just like, is it still within your hand?
I'm still holding it right now.
Yeah. You see just the head like moves and looks at Aerith as they walk in. You can kind of see they kind of jump a little bit, like, like, see. Oh, I haven't introduced myself to you, and thanked you properly for saving me. My name is Narvi. They kind of give you a slight bow as you hear like the kind of the wooden joints and like the porcelain kind of click. But
I'm
oh.
Warren.
Well, it's
That's
a pleasure
Aerith.
pleasure to meet you both. And you see that they kind of look, eyes kind of move a little bit, looking around like. There are some on this. There are presence of. There's a presence of Fae on this ship, is there? Isn't there?
Yes. A few.
You.
Why?
I can sense their presence. As you see the doll kind of move its head again and like, but no reason. Do not be alarmed, Morn. If I cannot harm any of them.
Cannot, huh?
Give me an insight check.
Yeah. I thought it was an intentional choice. That's a 21.
You believe this living doll in your hands. They seem grateful for you rescuing them. They seem true to their word in this moment. Like they can't harm them. I mean, how could it? It's just a doll, right? As you kind of clutching onto it. Could you set me down a little bit? On that shelf, if you could. Or anywhere.
Put them on the shelf for now.
Oh, thank you. As they kind of... you can see that they don't have really control of their joints and things. Even when they were locked in the vault, you saw that like just the mouth was bound here, and they were just kind of set on a pedestal. And kind of like, look, good. So this is your home, Morn?
For now.
Good. The Fae ones, are they from the Feywild, if you don't mind me asking? I would like to speak with them, if that is the case. If not, I mean, I would want to trouble you.
I don't know, honestly, at this... I want to say yes for at least one, but I don't know.
Giles, where is Willow at this moment? As you're at the spelljamming helm.
He's probably just like floating around the ship, just minding his own business and stuff. Same with Kettle. Also,
For sure, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's your ship. You know, they can go kind of where they please on the ship. Give me a wisdom saving throw for Kettle, please. I mean, for Willow, please. it's just a D20 plus.
Yeah, just a
Yeah.
just
D20 plus
Was it
wisdom there.
plus was it plus what?
Plus his wisdom. There, you can click the little wisdom thing on his sheet.
His wisdom is +0, so I guess it's just a
So it's
flat
a straight
D20.
roll. Yep. Just give me a straight roll.
Why does my
Cool.
A 3. Okay.
Okay.
Good to know. As Morn, as you set this doll and it's like addressing you and like trying to talk to you, you see Aerith kind of like move over to you, kind of like still eyeing the doll carefully. You see Willow heads into the room, just like floating around, within the ship. This will-o-wisp blue kind of wisping flame. You see on Willow's face like a look of shock, and Willow just darts out of the room, out of the crew quarters, up and out of toward like the doors that are shut to get into the crew quarters, like fully out, and then takes a beeline into the galley, the galley door that's open.
Understandable.
Well,
Do you sleep?
Not like you all. I just simply have to be inactive for some time.
Yeah, we're gonna have to find a different spot for you.
The eyes are unblinking.
Nothing personal. I don't want to like wake up and see you on my shelf and like have a heart attack.
That's. Do you think I'm scary in some way?
Well, it's just like anything awake in my room when I wake up in the middle of the night.
You see
staring.
you see their head do like a big like a bit of a tilt towards you, and it's like, hey, come on. It's like you know what you are. So you're a scary little doll. Even if it's like, can we just like get rid of it, or like, can we like get rid of it, or
It's clearly alive, but
yeah. Oh, well, if
tell
you could,
tell you what, Narvi.
yes.
I got a great spot for you. I'm gonna just go set them down in the storage area.
Well, if you could, Morn, I would like to talk to the other Feyborn presence on this ship. For a certain or private matter, or if you wouldn't mind.
I don't mind. I'm not going to be in the conversation. They might, so, you
Good.
know.
I think what you do notice on your very high passive perception, you notice that they clocked Willow move
Sure.
in and leave. You kind of saw the head kind of move toward them. It's like, oh, well, I appreciate it, Morn. You're a kind person.
Not the... Thank you.
As you kind of leave the doll in the storage, essentially where your other two passengers stay. I'll just set it down there. And what else does everyone else on the ship do? As you have another 2 days of travel. Actually, I need one of you guys, if there isn't anything, I need one of you to roll me a d20 these next 2 days of travel.
15.
15. These next 2 days, As you enter the silver void here along your path, does anyone like head out to sea? I think Mycroft, this is a new something different for her. As you move into the astral sea itself here, for some of you, it's been years since you've been back here. And for others, it's been maybe a few months since you've been in the astral sea. Thea, as you're here, what memories come to the surface for you as you see the ship? It's kind of announced like you're heading into the astral sea. What memories arise for you being in this place again?
I remember. No, I'm not. I was gonna say something really childish.
What's that?
I was gonna say something really childish. I remember I just turned 28. I can't do that anymore.
Wait.
Well,
she's. I feel like you're gonna try and get me with a dig.
No, I was just gonna. I was just gonna be like, yeah, I remember being a baby. I remember shitting my pants. I remember.
Hey, probably not. Probably not.
I don't know. I guess just memories of my childhood. When did I move?
You were probably maybe when did you move to Brawl? You were in middle school age, right? But you had done some travel between Zerindar and the Silver Void, some stations that are within the Astral Sea itself. Before that time, right, when you were a lot younger, you have a clear memory of having that connection to the Celestial Flow when you're on Zerindar. But probably your earliest childhood memories, are in the Silver Void itself, in the cities of the Astral Elves. I think it does unlock some memories of you traveling on ships like this, but
Yeah.
much bigger. I think you remember things being, it's that feeling when you're a child, things are so big and large.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird being back here after being on Brawl for so long. As you move forward here.
I think as well, actually, quickly, I think being here has also started to bring kind of feelings of missing home as well.
Yeah.
Kind of just, a weird sense.
it's happened to her too.
Oh no, that's really weird. I've had my finger on the button this whole time, and Discord just decided I'm done talking.
Yeah.
This is just a cruel, weird joke. Jazz and Ian are both playing on us, where they decided they were going to
Yeah.
There's a time limit on push to talk, apparently. I don't know.
Only if you're from the UK.
It's when you're in the UK, yeah. So you're talking too much, Jim.
Yeah, it's
Try
guys,
shut the fuck up once
it's a
in
new
life.
GDPR rule,
Just gonna do the old-fashioned tap instead. Fuck this.
All right.
But yeah, so just kind of feeling very it's very familiar
Yeah.
being here, but it's kind of bringing on like a homesick feeling at the same time.
Yeah.
Like knowing that I'm still very far away from my life.
The last time you were here, you were with your, mother, father, aunts, moving from the capital city to Zurindar itself. It makes you think about them. Also, I think you remember being on a Star Moth ship for the first time, and how vast those ships were. Remembering your mother and aunt in their armor, seeing the astral sea. It makes you miss home. I think you see Mycroft, like, you hear in your head, is everything alright?
Yeah, I miss home.
I think you see like a knowing kind of look, like, as they kind of speak out loud to you, like, I can understand that. Well, while we're here, tell me a bit of what home was like.
It was, well, I mean, apart from moving, it's all I really knew, you know?
Oh.
But, you know, I have a great family, I have, you know, a wonderful job. It's weird not being around that, you know?
Yeah. Give me an insight check. Yeah.
Man.
An 8. You kind of just have this moment with Mycroft, and like, you just can see that they're kind of empathizing with you here. I think you're more focused on your own feelings here, but it's good to have the company to kind of talk about them. And he's like, well, if I can only, think that you'll be back there soon, right?
Yeah, I hope so. Oh.
Right. Well, I guess I look forward to the new adventure that you're having here, and you'll have a good story to tell them when you get back.
Yeah. Thank you.
No problem. And you can kind of hang on the two of you guys looking out from the observation deck here toward Wildspace itself. As we move to the next 2 days of travel.
From whatever
Sure.
window, I wasn't anywhere near that scene, but from whatever window when we crossed over, I took a note of what time it was.
For sure.
We're on day 4?
Day 4. Well, day 5, essentially. But we're coming to the end of it. Coming to the end of day 4, I should say, sorry. To be clear. Passing the helm back to Aerith here. As we are 2 more days of travel here. What is everyone doing here? As we're going, continue on this path here, you dip into the edge of gray space, moving back into the astral sea. I think, give me a perception check. Anyone that's looking out, who's like out on the deck of the dark and stormy.
That's not bad. Hang on. 19.
19 and 11. Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else looking out, or is everyone within the confines of the ship?
I mean, sure.
Yeah, your perception check.
Yeah, my heart wasn't in it. That is a 10.
Makes sense to me. Far in the distance, Demi. You notice a galleon class ship. Doesn't seem to be heading toward you. But I think you just kind of can see it out there. I think from this far away, you wouldn't tell like colors or anything like that it flies, but you see a galleon ship.
Ship ahoy! Idling. Is it just ahead of us to like our right or our left?
It is ahead of you to your right. You can see that it's kind of anchored with just paws within the astral sea itself, near kind of one of these kind of floating structures in the astral sea.
I'll try and find Giles.
Sure, yeah.
There is a galleon about 3 degrees to our starboard. Just chilling.
Just chilling?
Just
Like-
standing there, menacingly.
Menacingly. Oh dear. Right. Let me grab my telescope and take a look at it then. Yeah, go to the like weapons deck or
Yeah, sure. Yep.
and look through the telescope. What do I see?
As you look out to the telescope and getting the heading from Demi here, and you don't have to even make a check here. What you see is the flags flying on the ship. Colors of a navy blue flag with 7 stars on it. You know that this is a ship from the 7 System Alliance. Though you don't know, give me a investigation here if you want to see for anything marks or anything like that. You just see the space galleon here on a 9. Know that it's an SSA ship, and you know full well that much like the 3rd chapter would, SSA ships patrol the lines, protecting merchant ships from pirates, from attacks of many of the forces that would seek to do have ill will against certain parties within the astral sea and Wildspace.
Yeah, I think I then sort of like once I sort of see.
I think you guys, does the Dark and Stormy have any markings of any kind that would signify it as being okay?
If anything, the thing is, it's like the ship is painted to be like the background of space.
For sure. But stars and things change. It is a strange.
It's just. Well, is it wild space or astral space?
You're in it. Yeah, exactly. It was made for wild space, not the astral sea.
Mm.
But I think with your time on a ship, you know that there's certain like signal flags and things like that you can fly and stuff to like signify things. But I think in this moment you realize we don't have any like colors or like anything to like really signify that. Like, oh, we're a merchant ship, or oh, we're this kind of ship, or we're, out in the lines, there's a lot of assumptions that can happen of, as you see the ship is not anchored anymore. And as you're looking through the spyglass, it seems to be moving to head to a course where it'll intercept you.
Right. Is there anything to sort of signify that we're just like civilian or something?
For sure, I think you could put the white flag out. You could, there might be like even like a white and like blue flag that you can probably put out here, to signify that for sure.
Yeah. I think I'll sort of try to quickly raise up something like one of those flags.
Yeah, like you raise it up from the weapons deck, like, oh shit. Like all your training, like I think like flashes of training in the 3rd chapter, you're like, oh shit. And like kind of quickly hang like flag off of the weapons deck here. I do think you are going to intercept them because of the flag is still here, right? And you do put it up, but you are going to cross paths with them. Do you tell that to the rest of the party here?
I'll like at least notify that's like, at least tell Demi here, like while I'm sort of she's like, they see me like sort of drop the telescope and like immediately start raising a flag of sort of like, while I'm doing that, it's like,
oh, okay, he's panicked.
No, not panicked, just sort of, well, kind of.
He's silent.
This is a SSA ship, that's out there.
Isn't that good?
Yeah, it's good, but we need to sort of signify that we mean no trouble. Otherwise we'll get blown to bits, and we don't want that. But from what I can see, it looks like they're sort of intercepting our trajectory. So, if anything, we're just being civilians. We're just cruising through. So that's what this flag is sort of signifying.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
I'd leave the room.
Yeah, I wouldn't stress.
I'm gonna find each person on board and tell them that we're on our best behavior.
Yeah. I think you hear Aerith. And then you like go down at the spell jamming helm and kind of say that to them, like, oh, well, we should be fine. I'm gonna keep our same course. And you kind of head to everyone. What's everyone else's reaction to this news here?
No news.
No news.
Slow day today.
Yeah.
What's going on?
My brain don't work.
brain go numb. Yeah, as Demi kind of comes through and tells you guys that an SSA ship is going to intercept you all, your path. All of you guys have common knowledge of things of this. The SSA patrol Wildspace. They are essentially ships manned by members from all the 7 systems, and quite notable. Aerith is a member of the SSA.
I was about to say. Do you think you could handle that, Aerith?
Yeah, I should be able to. It's just like Demi said, just everyone just, be on your best behavior and we should just be fine. Is there any preparation that anyone does for this? Anything that any of y'all do? It's going to happen. It's imminent that they're going to cross paths with you all. And Skiles, as you quickly kind of fasten the flag and kind of put that up and make sure it's make sure it's tied correctly. You're put your spyglass away and kind of act natural here. Is there anything else that anyone does here as we move forward?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess we're good.
All right. After some time, you see this space galleon with its white sails. You see its many cannons heading toward you. You see that flag of its 7 stars moving towards you, and you see that the ship dwarfs you a little bit. Right? A space galleon is a large ship. Giles, you've been on a space galleon before, the 3rd chapter. As you move and see this ship, the ship is called the Solemn Grime. And you see on the deck of the ship, clad in their blue uniforms, you see some have muskets and swords sheathed. And as you move toward here and kind of are giving them some space, you hear a voice call down a thaumaturgy spell from a tiefling. Wasp-class ship. Make yourselves known. Who's the captain of the ship?
It is I, Captain Giles
They
Baumgartner.
can't fucking hear you. I'm gonna use thaumaturgy.
Yeah.
Dark and stormy. Astafel speaking for Captain Baumgartner.
Oops. As the ship kind of moves here, I think Aerith instinctually kind of stops the ship here. There's a moment where the ship moves closer, they actually move right next to you all. And you see they have their muskets nothing seems to be loaded. The cannons don't seem to be ready to fire or anything like that. It seems to be just a check for now. If you would, dark and stormy, we would like to see papers and things to identify your
Papers and things. These fucking professionals.
you hear someone kind of like, oh, that's enough. Actually, you hear like chittering like, toward one of the crew. Is like, oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Captain. You see stepping toward kind of this tiefling is that's right, 3 green. I need a history check from Demi, Morn, Thea. Giles and Autumn here. All right, that's all of you, right? Because I think, yeah, I don't think Mycroft is right here right now, and Aerith here. So, history check from all of you here. 16. Okay. 9 from Demi.
19.
Is it 19?
Yes.
Giles and Morn. You remember this brown carapace individual from Brawl, from the Happy Beholder. This was the day like weeks, maybe a week ago, right? Some days ago. A quiet captain. See that he only has 3 arms. See, he has that SSA uniform, but like it's almost like a vest. As like there's space for his arms to come out, and then you see that kind of one on his left side bottom, like that nub. This is Captain Sisrin. Morn, you remember kind of, I think it was Morn or Demi paying for his drink.
I did.
Yeah. As you kind of see the tiefling kind of like, sorry, Captain. As you hear, it opens up a channel kind of in his mind toward you, Demi. What my crewmate means to say is we need some identification for your ship. If you'd be so inclined as to get your captain. You can see that he
I turn to Giles and forget to remove thaumaturgy and fucking yell at you point blank. They want identification and things. And probably a storage affidavit. Oh shit, that's loud.
Yeah. Simmer down, please, for the love of God.
Hey, I don't get to do this very often.
Fair. Yeah, I have all the paperwork at least right here.
Aerith, is this normal, or is this like a shakedown?
as you like kind of yell down, they might be on high alert for some sort of reason.
Alright.
So just just
Well, it's got
comply.
nothing to do with us, right?
I don't think it does. As you can kind of like hear them kind of talk up from the helm, like I don't think it does. It's probably just something has gone on here.
Let's just keep playing along, I guess.
Yeah. As you kind of move up, it's like, do you mind, you guys, as you get toward the helm, you hear in your head, do you mind if one of my comrades comes down to see you?
I respond back, feel free.
Good. As the ship gets closer, and you kind of see like a boarding kind of two boarding ladders like hook on to your ship. Walking across is a Hadozi with kind of blonde fur. He's like, this is a.
I use an ether to check whether anybody invisible is coming.
Sure. Nothing. No one else. I think there's the Hadozi, and you see they send two, right? They wouldn't just send a man by himself. The Hadozi comes over, and you see a something interesting to you. A gray tiefling. You see that one of their horns is gone. And there's a golden ring. It's kind of like...
I remember this guy.
Yeah. You see that they have like kind of shorter kind of black hair. Like wearing an SSA uniform. Oh, hello. My name is Neil. This is Mark. I can see that Hadozi kind of give a bit of a. We just need to see. The captain just wants us to check your papers and things like that, and just a quick check on these things, and we'll be out of your hair.
Where do I recognize Mark from?
Spawn back. Yeah, very well. Here's all the paperwork and things. Feel free to check wherever.
You see
May
Neil.
May I ask a question? If before you guys begin?
Sure, go ahead. Yeah.
Seems a little bit stricter than usual for SSA checks and things. Is there anything that's potentially happening?
Give me a persuasion check here. Giles, the DC is about 16. 15 here.
Oh, is there any way I could boost that?
If anyone wants to offer help in this moment, they have proficiency in persuasion to like back you up in this moment. For sure, if anyone else is out on the main deck here. But if not,
Demi, you're doing the megaphone stuff. So
Fuck it. I'm a charm person.
okay.
all right. What's the DC here?
Charm person. I'm gonna hit both of them because this is a second level.
Okay.
Wisdom save. My DC is 8 plus proficiency plus ability, so 14.
14? Okay.
Doable.
It is. Alright, 14. And it's a wisdom saving throw?
It is.
Okay. Okay. Neil is affected by your spell. Mark, however, is not. And is there a verbal and somatic casting to this spell?
It's verbal and somatic, but for me the somatic is. Oh man,
What is it now?
I'm trying to decide in this moment. I think the verbal is just, oh, you can tell us, and the somatic is, I think what happens is I go and I'm like, oh no, that's definitely threatening.
Commit.
It's just like an elbow bump to the shoulder.
Neil is affected by your spell. Mark, however, is not. You see Neil like, well, he's about to start talking. Well, actually, charm doesn't work like that. Gauze, Demi, you get to roll a persuasion check or at advantage and things like that against the charm person, correct?
If it fails the saving throw, it is charmed by you.
Sure.
The charmed creature regards you as a friendly acquaintance.
Mhm.
Is there a charmed condition?
Yes, there is a charm condition. Advantage on all charisma-based checks against them. You see, he's more open to you here at this moment, and I will resolve what else is happening here. As you like say like, oh, you could tell us. There's a persuasion check at advantage here for that.
Yes. 19.
19. Yeah. You see, he's like, oh, well, we're doing, and then Mark kind of like pushes, like, mom arms at Neil, short sword, 2 short swords out right in front of you, like, and at the moment of you doing that, I need a perception check from everyone else who's on the deck here.
Would you say that this is
Somebody's
caught
got
in
his weapons
passive?
back from weapons check.
Not the same person.
Would you say this is caught by passive if we're like
Oh,
watching
yeah.
this actively, right?
Oh yeah, I think from passive, what you see on the deck of the ship, 5 gunners. Those 5 like musket,
5
musketeers.
gunners gunning.
Yeah, 5 gunners of gunning, trained on Demi, on Giles, on you. You also see like other people prepare to board as aggression has been. You've cast a spell on 2 of them.
Aerith, can you ask the captain if we're about to fight?
Aerith kind of lets go of the spelljamming helm, walks up, and quickly sees that the situation is very bad, and is like,
Please ignore that. That was. I
Please
wish
ignore my
that wasn't a
natural
fucking nat 20.
Hey, listen, it's still
Yeah.
at 20 perception.
yeah.
Come on,
Still a
Neil,
20 on the
get your
die.
boy. We're just having a friendly conversation.
You see
I'm
the
basically asking Aerith to send a message.
for sure, yeah. You see they come up and they're like, oh god. You see Mark, both swords trained on you, and kind of like he's like, I mean, they just asked a question, Mark. Is that like really like that? You're charmed right now. And you see like he was very like nice and formal, like the Hidozi. Now he's very serious here. Aerith kind of goes up, has the copper ring on. It's like, jeez, I have to do this. My name is Aerith Janoris, Spelljammer. I hold the Spelljammer rank. And like they're saying this out loud. I served on the Grim Dark. Captain Cicerin, was it? If you would excuse my comrades, they are not familiar with these proceedings. And if you could forgive this misstep, we will be on our way. What I need from you all is a group persuasion check here. As Aerith has spoken out for you all.
I take back that natural 20, please.
I think what you know in this situation with that natural 20 here, I'll let you have this. You remember Captain Ciceron, and you remember the other, like, as you see those gunners, you remember their faces from the bar, from the Happy Beholder. You remember some, like, the younger officers here. A 3 and a 6.
This ain't looking good, Captain.
21.
A 21. I'm gonna roll one.
Who am I trying to persuade in this moment?
The Captain Ciceron. Because at any moment he could give the order, and this will not be just a little inspection.
Anyone?
21. Okay. On him, if you would. Persuasion check.
That's raw charisma.
For sure.
Besides the literally shoulder bump, and the fact that it doesn't actually say in charm person, but because it doesn't specify that like the spell ends if it succeeds. It just says when the spell ends, the creature knows it was charmed.
Yeah.
So I suppose he ends the spell by succeeding, but
Okay. We have Aerith here.
so the only person that knows that a spell is cast was Mark
Yes.
for now, and all of everybody on the other ship is reacting to him drawing swords.
Bingo.
So I've done nothing other than a gesture.
For sure. They've been in a battle with casters and pirates of the like. Okay. Right now, I'm going to need, because how things sit right now, I'm going to need a luck check from one of you currently. You want high.
What have we got? 3 up, 3 down.
Yep,
I'm feeling lucky.
sure.
I'm feeling lucky, punk.
10.
Is that a meets it, beats it
I
moment?
I think that's... If you cut a 20 in half, 10 is on the lowest.
Yes, it is. In this moment, you see the captain acknowledge Aerith, seeing that their claim is true, knowing that he knows of the ship. You see him kind of nod. Acknowledge. You can kind of hear he like broadcasts to everyone, and you just hear like the chittering of his mandibles, like. I acknowledge that you are an SSA officer, Aerith Janoris. However, I cannot let this slight go unpunished. Mark, check their papers. Says, yes, sir. Grabs the papers from you, Giles, looks them over. It's like, says there, so this is Captain Baumgartner, sir? You see him give a nod. Baumgartner. I see. Everything they have checks out, sir. Once again, Neil's like, guys, shouldn't we just like tell them? And Mark once again is like, go back to the ship, Neil. Okay, all right, okay. They seem nice. As he like walks over towards the back to the solemn grime.
Yeah, Mark.
It kind of like looks like, is it? Well, Captain Baumgartner, you're very lucky that I've had conversations with the Trinity Baumgartner.
Figures.
And know that Captain Wintercross would be very upset if I let his favorite lieutenant's family member be harmed in any way. You see like his two top arms, and like, if just to be above table, he looks like a bit of like a cockroach type carapace look. You see him kind of like his long antenna kind of move. Pull back. Make sure you fly the right colors, Captain Baumgartner. You wouldn't want any mistakes to happen.
Aye, aye, Captain.
You know that full well your sister's reputation has saved you in this moment. That if it was anyone else, you would have been put in chains and moved to an SSA location. As like things subside and you see Mark kind of look back toward you, Demi, like as he
Womakus.
puts his short swords away, kind of like see him kind of like give you like a just like a sucks his teeth a little bit and walks across the planks. It's like, and you hear that tiefling again. All right, move out. You see the captain kind of give you all a bit of, he does give a courteous salute toward Aerith. And Aerith's kind of like, I think only Morn you've seen this like bit of like where they're very like rigid and like kind of do follow like the salute back here. And you see the solemn grime move back away from you here. What do you all do?
Well,
Wave goodbye.
wave goodbye, continue forward.
Yeah, there's a moment where like Aerith kind of like is holding her temples, like lets out like a deep sigh, like Demi, I'm gonna need you to think before you act sometimes.
Oh, that is very rich.
Rich how? I don't think you understand how much danger you put us in that scenario. But alright. I need to get back to the helm. You can see that they're like a little bit frustrated a little bit. And more than I think you pick up on it. And you know that Aerith is letting it go, so that she doesn't like just blow up here. It's like I meant head on this course. As the rest of you who are on the deck here, who was out on the deck? It was just Morn, Giles, Demi, correct? Thea, did you move out onto the deck here as the ship stopped?
Yeah.
I think you feel that like kind of tension here. It's like Aerith kind of walks past and like opens up the hatch, heads down into the helm. It's just a bit of kind of awkwardness as you see the solemn grime move further from you. You kind of see Mycroft kind of poke their head out like, why did we stop? Is there a problem? I heard a lot of shouting, but it woke me up. But
Not the time.
Someone had their feathers a little bit ruffled, but it's okay. Don't worry.
I think you do see kind of Feliamore and Nabario kind of just talking a little bit between the two of them. As you all...
I'm
Sure, go ahead.
gonna catch Giles before the scene dissolves. She's right. You know, that didn't work as planned. We all know I have issues with commitment. I cause issues with how hard I commit crimes. I bring a sort of loaded gun vibe to the workplace that my friends, coworkers, and employer don't really appreciate. It's fine. But
Demi,
y'all want to be first name, last name with pirates and bounty hunters we just met.
Demi.
We're
Listen.
not.
She
in the
had a
business
point,
of
Demi.
thinking-
That's all I'm saying.
Well, either way, listen, like, I think regardless, I had a feeling that my sister's rep was kind of going to save our ass.
At least in this case, I don't think I did anything wrong.
I mean,
Charm's not harmful. I can't even tell anybody to
yeah.
hurt themselves. We wanted to know what was going on, and they didn't want to tell us. We
True.
can get up in arms about it, and that's fine. But we also didn't do anything wrong before that.
I mean,
We're
the
not
point
in the
is
business
that
of thinking first, is my point here.
yeah. Well, the thing is, it's like clearly they are very much so on high alert about something, you know. And I guess even in the circumstance where, yeah, one of them was willing to say, but the other one clearly didn't want that information to be spit out, is sort of says enough. But either way, I guess like we'll just try to take it easy. We're not gonna
Sure.
snoop around until it's warranted.
I won't cast any etherics on anybody we've just met if you take a couple more seconds before introducing yourself. I guess that's my only point.
That's fine. No sweat. Either way, yeah, don't worry about it.
I'm not trying to get us in trouble. I'm the
I
most
know.
recognizable man on any planet, and my mama is with us. We cannot be catching heat. But I don't feel
I
like
know.
what I did was all that dangerous.
I know. I honestly, my personal opinion, I don't think it was dangerous either. It was a little bit something, but they were just on high alert for something. Either way, let's just get back into the swing of things, and then everything's okay.
As you like move down here, Ian, I'm gonna put you on the spot a little bit. Give me
That's fine.
give me a name for. Give me a first name for Trinity's captain. Here, because you would know who they are.
I think it would be Captain Thaddeus Barclays.
Good fucking name.
Thaddeus. You said Barclay. Thaddeus Barclays.
Yeah.
Hey, Thaddeus Barclays Wintercross. What a name! They just call him TV Wintercross.
Truly.
Oh wait, you gotta send me that in the chat because you know I'm gonna have some trouble. But yeah, I think as you heard Captain TV Wintercross's name, you're like, yeah, knowing what that means. You kind of head down, kind of like,
Oh, with an eye.
as we move,
Yeah, with an eye.
as we move from this situation here, we're gonna take a bit of a break and continue our trek through Wildspace when we return. See you in a little bit. back just right on time. Right on cue.
So we're bad.
I need one of you to roll for just throwing me a d20, and just as we get into day 7, as nothing eventful happens, the most eventful thing happened.
You're welcome.
Natural
That's my
20.
captain.
That's captain. Another day traveling here through the lines. It's been 1 week out here. You've managed to dip within somewhere quite dear to one of the characters' hearts. Arthurxmedic space. The system where the astral elves reside. Kind of on the far edges here. As you kind of move here, is there any looks to kind of stop at any checkpoints or anything like that on your path, or do you continue further here?
Did we get a month of food or 2 weeks?
2 weeks, I'm pretty sure.
2 weeks, yeah, with provisions.
We're good.
Yeah. Okay.
Up to you, though.
Okay. Any stops in Arthurxmedic's space? Arthurxmedic's space, I should. Sorry, the words are hard.
Pick easier ones.
The Astros have a home. You know, it is what it is.
Yeah, I think since we're like pretty much okay right now.
Yeah, you're making honestly heading really good time. Honestly.
Yeah, I think we're fine. I think if anything, maybe by the end of this next week, we'll obviously have to do a pit stop. But
yeah, as we move through this day, Demi, I think your mother, Elliot Moore, is like, "You all right? Are you okay, Demi?"
Yeah, why?
Well, we gotta have a little chat with, someone. If you're free.
I don't know if I like the sound of it.
I think you see a interesting look on your mother's face. I would say you don't have to roll for this because this is not very close to you. It's like a very torn look. You see Nabaru kind of like has a book open, clearly not knowing that this is like an Ophelia more Demi situation, so he's kind of staying out of it. Kind of just has a book open and kind of like you see Trace eyeing you in the corner, like as Trace is perched. Nabaru's kind of just reading a book and minding his own business here. We just have to have a little chat with do you remember that have you seen the doll that Morn had with him?
The what?
The doll. Oh, well.
Where's Morn? Where is Morn?
I'm
gonna fucking kill him. Strangle him.
Yeah, I think you guys head into like the main area where Morn, I think you're just we traded, right? Eris on the helm. I think Morn, you're just like minding your own business. Are you chatting with anyone here, Morn?
No, I'm just chilling.
Yeah, more just chilling. I think you've you like sneeze like wait. Yeah, I think Demi, you make a beeline toward Morn.
Yeah, I'm going for more.
Yeah, look at your mother's like, well, that's not. Oh, okay, there they go. There's just like a bit of like a concerned groan from Navarro. I think you don't see this. Your mother kind of looks back at him like, I know. As she follows you down.
I think, yeah, coming to wherever Morn is, just muttering increasingly unhinged threats. And I have to be the one that thinks before I act. What the fuck, Morn?
What'd I do?
The doll that
What
we should
about-
have left in the vault is apparently here on our ship. And my mama knows about it before I do. You're not gonna say anything?
It's not like I went and took it to her.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Let's
No,
just...
one more time. What the fuck?
I think Morn acted in with
Do you know where we got
what he
that
could.
thing?
I don't know where you got it, Demi. You could tell me. That would be that'd be great.
It was in behind a locked door, inside a vault, in hell. The hardest door to unlock in that entire vault.
Oh.
I broke 10 lockpicks on that thing.
Okay, that's interesting.
Well, say something.
Well,
Explain your action. Not you, Mama. Sorry.
I don't think there's much to explain. I'm not leaving behind something that's clearly living.
Clearly. Oh, ooh. Ooh. I don't know about that.
Why don't you go talk to it? Find out, Demi.
I'm not
I
gonna
think-
fucking talk to it.
I think you see like your mother kind of like give a nod, like he's technically right. It is living. It's,
Just
think-
very slow pan over to Mama Asterfell with an incredibly just incredulous look.
I'm just stating the facts. It is living. Let's just have a chat with it, see what it wants, and leave it at that. It's in the other space.
Where is it?
If she kind of points toward where kind of that section where like you've extended the cargo hold here for more rooms, and it's kind of like in that space on like a crate near where Nabarro and Philiamore kind of stay.
I've been sleeping 20 feet away from this thing for how long? And you didn't fucking mention it.
Well, I kind of thought it would introduce itself. It would not stop talking.
it is, let's just say it has realized some things. Or they, I should say.
That's fucking cryptic.
And you see your mother kind of like gives you a bit of a smile, and heads toward the space here, where the doll is. As it kind of.
My lap.
Okay.
Fine. Fucking. Okay. Jesus, whoever that is.
As he kind of like sits.
If you hear a gunshot, don't come get me.
I won't. And it's like, I wouldn't. Okay. As like they sit down next to you, kind of like have Navari on a crate, and they kind of sit down in front of it. You see the doll kind of actually gives your mother a reverent bow, like with its head, like. It
Walk
is.
in, see this doll bow to my mother. Nope. Turn around, walk out.
Sit down, Demi.
And immediately walk back in and sit down.
There's a like reverent kind of bow. It is. You see the doll kind of look up and start talking. Like, it is a strange twist of fate, but as creatures of the Fae, I should know better.
Why were you in that closet?
That is. Let's just say I.
No, let's not just say. Answer the fucking question.
Zephyr, your child is quite rude. You see your mother like,
I get spacesuit when I'm scared.
don't mind them. But answer the question. Well, the very bad man had bought me as an item, essentially. I had found myself within the material. And a seller had found me an interesting item. An item that could talk. I tried to use some of my Fae gifts, but they found a way to nullify them and bound my voice. I should, if all things considered, I should be able to move my body, but things went wrong. And they trapped me. But, fate has brought me the King of Storms. Favored. As she looks directly at your mother. Kind of, once again, gives that reference. Your mother's like, I'm it's like an awkwardness. It's been some time since I've been called that, and what is it that you want from us, Navari? Well, as you know, someone of my make would be chosen by Queen Paypalm. I need a history check from you, Demi, with that name on.
21.
21. You remember stories from when you were a child, your mother speaking about the fake quartz, almost like a rhyme. And there's a point in the rhyme where it talked about the Queen of Autumn, her tricks and her guile. How she sat next to a king of pumpkin. And the joy and the joy and wickedness they bring to their realm. You see your mother kind of like, the doll kind of starts again, like, I would be very grateful, and I'm sure that my lady would be even more so if you returned me back home. I go tired.
You from Autumn?
I see you've taught your child of our way and taught them well. Zephyr. So your mother kind of like, once again, like a little uncomfortable. Like, of course.
What is this creature's type?
Fae. Well, construct as well.
Construct Fae. Okay.
I don't know what your circumstances are, Zephyr, but I want, if you could offer me this, I'm sure the Queen of Autumn will give you a boon. As she would be inclined to. And wouldn't the King of Storms and the lady of Spring want to see you again? They must miss your presence. Give us
check.
Insight check? Okay,
Yeah,
sure.
what the fuck is up with this entire...
Sure, go ahead.
Ooh. Oh, I forgot my insight is dog shit. Total 16.
16.
Yes.
In this moment, you can tell that there's a bit more going on here, but that you don't have the context for. Though you've been taught some things, inherently from your mother, you don't know about the dealings of the fake courts and how that works per se. But you can tell that they're not lying to your mother. That would be quite rude. And as what you do get is that your mother is at a higher station than Navari. Why that bow was so reverent, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get the sense that... Sorry, go ahead.
Am I getting the sense from the, Oh, wouldn't the King of Storms love to have you back? Is that manipulation or is that like legit? Is it just the way that this thing is talking, or
Yes.
is everything social engineering out of this doll?
I think from a Fae of Autumn, they are known to make tricks. And you do know that they're trying to get back, and they're going to use any angle to get back. So there's a bit of twisting, if she goes back, I can go back as well. It's like the King of Storms does miss you, does he not? How long has it been since you've been back? Your mother kind of puts it like, sometime. Many years. Navari kind of look toward you, Demi. I see. Well, I would be most grateful if you found a way to return. And surely your child would be... It's like it turns to face you. Would be benefited in learning their culture. I think you see your mother kind of like, for a moment, give me. Oh, geez, you don't need to roll for this. You see a seriousness in your mother that you've only seen on a handful of occasions. Very well. Since we're headed that way, Navari, they say in Sylvan, this creature, as you see fit, so it shall be. And there's power in those words. Give me.
Struck.
Oh yes.
I don't need to roll for it. I know.
Oh yes, you do. As you see the seriousness in your mother's face.
There's a Demi just like does not like that this thing is saying the things that I want to say in a tone of voice that makes me think, all of this is wrong.
Yep.
There's a very begrudging shrug of like, all right, fucking, yeah, whatever, I guess.
See that? And you see that Navari says that back as the Fey bond is struck. As you see, so it shall be. And you feel that like it's almost this brief wind blow through this place, and it makes no sense because you're not in any place where that could even happen here. And you could smell like pollen and sweet spring flowers, and almost at the end of it, that smell of ozone, like a thunderstorm is coming. And then you feel that chill of an autumn morning. Navari, are you comfortable in this spot, or did you want to be moved somewhere else? As you see your mother kind of stand up. Yeah. I think this is fine for me. But I appreciate the company any moment. And if your child has any questions about home, I would be glad. Most was excited to answer. You see your mother kind of stand up. Still has that serious look. Like, of course. And they leave. Your mother leaves the space. Heading back toward the galley. What do you do?
I guess we have a deal.
Yes, we do. You have a keen eye.
I'm looking at them. They're marked. Like no one has probably looked at this creature so entirely.
Yeah.
For decades.
Oh.
Or more.
Yeah. I think what you see from them is there's still that like spark of fey magic, and it's quite faint, as like they can't move their arms and legs here, but you know that there's something powerful behind them, something chaotic.
Is there
in nature?
Ooh, you know what? While I'm looking at them here, I am going to pop over focus and see if there's any connections beyond.
In the ethereal?
Sure.
No.
Okay. What are its damage and condition?
The
last one.
Okay.
There's a narrowing of the eyes.
I will send it to you.
Okay. Demi just says, I'll abide, but you're a rideshare. And if you do anything that gets my mama in any sort of trouble, there won't be a contract, because there will only be one party.
I think you need to be careful with your words, young Fey child.
I'm getting that a lot recently. My name's Demi.
Demi, child of the Zephyr. I think there's a moment where I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Is this a charm?
It is not.
All my dice have been really bad to me the entire game. Let's see. I fucking called it. It's a nat 1.
DC was 11. As you hear a bit of a chuckle from this.
Yeah, I got a total of 2.
Of this creature. And as you look in its eyes, it pulls you into a vision. As you see what looks like a tunnel of trees that have no leaves, kind of connected. An endless tunnel. You see autumn leaves of many colors on the ground, and far in the distance, riding towards you. You see it. Horse with eyes of flame, red flame. And riding upon it is a masculine figure. He's wearing all black, this kind of black armor, has the reins. And as you look at his head, you see a pumpkin. His eyes burning, and you hear that cackle, that kind of a cackle in the distance as you see the horse rear up, and you're pulled out of the vision and looking at the doll. The doll's like gives you a bit of a bow, and you can swear that the doll is smiling, even though its face is remaining closed.
I am also smiling, and I bow in return. Strike one. I leave the room.
As you move from there, 2 more days here.
Not quite.
What's up?
I'm confronting Demi.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, I walk back through into the room where Morn was.
Yeah, sure.
So here's the thing, Demi. I'm gonna talk, and I'd appreciate it if you let me finish. You almost get us all killed a couple days ago. And I don't say anything about it because I know that you're acting in your best judgment in a shitty situation, that you did what you thought would keep everyone safe in a moment where you didn't have the luxury to think. I know that because we're best friends and I trust your judgment. But now, after I acted my best judgment in a shitty situation, you charge in here and scream at me. An explanation? However fucking creepy that doll is, it is alive. Now I'm glad that you have changed so much that you could sleep easy leaving someone to rot for the rest of their life, but I would not have been able to live with myself. So I'm going to let this go, but if you want to stay my friend and remain being someone I trust, you don't get to speak to me like that.
You're right. I'm sorry. I was way out of line. I was mad because the last I heard about this doll, I specifically said, "Fuck that! That's the scariest thing I've ever heard. Put it back." And then
Oh, I agree.
he didn't. But I'm sorry. I shouldn't have.
We're good.
You know what's crazy is I haven't had a chance to do it, but I meant to talk to Giles about exactly the thing you're saying that I've done. So we'll get there.
As we move with the two of you here, we kind of have the trading of the spelljamming helm at the end of the day. As Aerith is like, as you kind of climb down the ladder, Giles, and in the room, Aerith kind of like, you see their eyes go from that like blue, from controlling the helm, taking their hands off the Kendori bone ore, and you see the Yortian language lit on the ore. So you're kind of let go, like, oh, it's that time. Are you gonna be all right, Giles?
Yeah, should be fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you? I don't know. Yeah, are you worried about like tensions rising between crewmates and everything? I feel like everything since that sort of encounter with that SSA ship, things have been a little bit off, don't you think? Or am I just overthinking things? I don't know.
I think that tensions can get a little high in situations like that. Listen, Giles, like, I'm not. I'm doing my best here. You know, have I told you why I was on Eberron in the first place?
No, honestly, no.
Well, I, much like your sister, was serving on an SSA ship, and as a spelljammer, and there was a situation that happened. We were ambushed by Neogi, 2 Neogi ships. And there was an order to attack those ships. And I made a decision to disobey those orders. Just reading the situation and seeing that it would have cost the crew many casualties. And, you know, in those situations, you have to make the best choice. And I disobeyed direct orders. And I was sent to Sharn as essentially a punishment. So, I mean, and, you know, they called me many things, you know, hothead and et cetera, et cetera. And tensions were high. You know, there was the barking orders and yelling, and I just had to make the call. And I took control of the spelljamming helm from the spelljammer who was there and made that choice. So I get it. I get there's tense situations happen, and I get, you know, sometimes it can drive a rift between allies, but I don't think this was that bad of a situation, right?
Yeah.
We you know, we're still learning, and you know, I get why they did it. Like, I understand, but you know, there's a time and place for everything, and I just want us to be, you know, more careful. You know, there's people we care about on this ship, right?
Yeah, no, I get that. I mean, like, I'm in the same boat as you as well. I mean, like, I personally didn't think that sort of situation was all that bad. But yeah, I don't know. I guess it's just like, just worried that, like, you know, I guess like, you know, going through like the beginning phase of like, oh, everything's so new, you know, we're all out on our own.
Yeah. I think it'll take some time for us to really feel like a crew. I mean, I had to make that choice, and I thought about all my crewmates, you know, lives in that moment. And I don't know. To this day, I don't know if it was the right choice or not, but
Yeah.
we will, it'll take some time, and we'll get it. And we have a good captain, so sometimes, you know, that's all you need. You can see that, like, Aerith kind of like stand on his shoulder and kind of like, you see a bit of a nod, like, but helm's yours.
Thanks.
As I climb up.
By the way, how much progress is done on the was it Ritz's core thing? The little cannon turret
I think
by now.
if you had a week, and every time like you're not on the helm, you've had a chance to work on it. I think you're about done. You've moved Ritz's core, his crystal, or his gem, I should say, within a different chassis. You just have to do some finishing touches, but you feel pretty confident that you've preserved his core and have honored his request to make him something new and something better.
Nice.
And as Aerith kind of walks up, leaving you there to like think on your project and kind of like reattune to the spell gemming helm, we move to these next 2 days of travel as we start week 2 here.
Good scenes. Who's having fun?
Give me a D20. Someone from this crew who hasn't rolled yet.
Yeah, that's one of us.
Yeah. Wait. Jazz? Jazz?
Yo, it's me?
It's on you. Give me a D20.
Yeah, wait.
Roll
Let's
low.
send out the
Roll
real
low. Roll
dice.
low.
Let's go
All
real
good on
dice.
all these.
16.
All right, why are hers working and mine aren't?
Because my dice are pink.
We're all rolling good today on the
Well,
daily check to see if we get it fun.
Things are going great. You know, you guys have really charted a course, gone through Xarx's space, headed back into the astral sea as you're moving through on the lines here. I think we see Mycroft here kind of talking with you on him like, do you still practice magic and things? Oh, yeah. Are you still practicing magic and stuff in between the time? What are you doing on these 2 days on Rithea here as you have some time?
Hey, you know what? Actually, Mycroft, why don't you come with me to the weapons stack for a second?
Fine, certainly. All right.
You never see Mycroft again.
yeah, kind of.
Bye.
Bye. All right. I think you guys move through all the way to the edge of the cargo deck and climb all the way up to the weapons deck.
I've been working on this new spell.
Really?
kinda
All
wanna-
right. Well,
I want to try it out because it doesn't really make. I don't know. I was reading about it, and the effect doesn't make the most sense to me. So I just kind of want to see. I just want to see if is it okay with you if I cast a spell on you for a moment?
well, fine, I guess.
It won't hurt you, but you might get a little scared for a second.
All right.
All right. I'm casting blindness.
I was gonna say on him the base Giga Chad doesn't know what fear does. But
Yeah,
makes
about
more
to say.
sense. He's like, I've just never been scared. I don't get it.
Yeah, what's that?
That makes more
Has
sense.
I mean, it would make sense. He's literally being trained by essentially an Eldritch Horror type being, divine being. It's like, yeah, I've never been scared in my life. Okay, the DC here is 14 con. They added 2 here.
7 or lower.
14 on the die for a 16.
Shit.
I think you see like, what do you do here? Blindness or deafness here?
Blindness. Yeah.
I think you see their eyes kind of go white for a moment and they kind of resist. Give me a religion check here. Six. You notice like them shake off the effect of the spell for a moment. Like, whoa! Like you kind of saw their eyes go dark for a moment and like kind of shake off the spell. Like, Well, all right. That was strange. What did it look like? What did it look like as you cast the spell on him here?
Maybe just like a little, like a little aura kind of like dances from my hand into his eyes.
Yeah, you see they go. Okay. Oh. Whoa. Because I shake it off like. Neat trick.
Yeah, I figured that'd be kind of a little fun once in a while.
It reminded me of. There are some in where I'm from who have abilities like this as well. They, however, they rely on darkness and things of that nature to blind their foes, make them easier to dispatch. So this will be very useful. If you don't mind me asking, where do you draw your power from?
It's like a sphinx.
You're just gonna roll, tell them? Okay, let me just roll a religion check real fast.
I was like, how do I not lie? How do I not lie, but also just kind of divert that question a little bit?
Yeah, let me see something, because I have to see what creature a sphinx, what they are as. They're essentially a monster. Okay. So this is gonna
like,
be...
yeah, this my friends draw their blindness from darkness, so that'll probably be really very positive.
I think this is a monstrosity. So they need to make a nature check here.
So I was gonna say a monstrosity, and I was like,
yeah, they make a nature check. They add 3 on a 7. They're like, they kind of like, Sphinx, aren't they? Can't say I really read much about them, but aren't they extremely rare? And you think that I think in this moment you think that they don't believe you, like they're extremely rare. So if you don't want to tell me, that's fine. I understand. I'm new to the crew, and it's fine to have your secrets. I have a number of mine as well. So, but
it's always fun to keep a few in your back pocket,
Of course.
Maybe someday.
Do you want to try again or practice some other spells? I need to test this like crossbow some as well. But, I wouldn't test it on you though. As you see that, because they kind of like chuckle a little bit. But I think you spend a little bit of time with Mycroft's kind of like going through some spells, and like as a kind of like just intrigued.
I was just saying, maybe at the mention of their idea, we could do a little light sparring with like a spiritual weapon, and like the mirror image in the crossbow or something.
Yeah, sure. I think I think there's a moment where like they're testing their aim on the spiritual weapon, like trying to see if they can hit it from certain ranges and things like that. But yeah, as we move, is there anything else? Thea, is there anything that you do in these 2 days?
Not really, to be honest.
As we move from here, there's 2 more days of travel within the lines. One of you roll me a d20.
I got it. Surely this won't fuck us. Alright, I've rolled an 18.
Okay.
I wanted to roll low.
Like you rolled shit all day.
Yeah, I know. I'm the one doing
Like
it.
why do we roll so good on the daily checks? What the fuck?
True. You guys are honestly, it's super smooth sailing. Like you maybe
Big chillin'.
you maybe go past some like merchant ships, some like some formations here and there, you know, asteroids and like just general things here. But you're making a really like solid path as like, you know, Demi, you help kind of correct the course. You know,
This is one of our navigator days. Okay.
yeah, as you kind of correct the course here, and kind of help keep things on track. And you look at it, and you seem to be on like the fastest track toward cyberspace, toward Eberron.
I will say, because we've got like a map of the lines in Wildspace around Brawl, and we've got a map of, I guess it includes some of cyberspace, but there's also crush clears on this map. I'm copying these down and making our own more complete star chart.
Sure. I think you kind of have the course that you're on, for sure. Marking anything that could be of note along the way here. You know that like there's certain charts that would be really beneficial to have here, but you know you're doing the best you can with what you have, and it's working.
Finish doing that and then go swap out the cold brew that's going in the kitchen.
I think you bump into Nabaru like, Demi.
Oh, hey.
As you see that he's reading the book that he was reading before, like, I trust your conversation with Navari was.
Debbie shivers. Please don't remind me.
I think you see his discomfort with that whole situation, but like I said before, you know that he knows well to like stay out of it, right? But you can tell that he's like, you know that him and your mother had a conversation about it.
Okay. Yeah, I swap out I take the cold brew that was going for the last 2 days and put it up on the counter and then start making a new one. Yeah, the plan was all ready to go there, so I don't. That part isn't a problem. I just something about. Well, first of all, something about a talking doll is fucked up. You ever seen anything like that?
I have not, but your mother tells me that it is a gift from the Feywild. Though I do not see how that is the case, but
Yeah, something about that. It doesn't seem right. And also, it was asking us to do the thing we were already doing. Which just, you know, it makes you think.
it may have
You
its
ever,
own.
I know you know I have a problem with authority. Do you ever have that thing where you're gonna do something and then someone tells you to do it and you're like, well, no, I don't want to do it?
I think you see him like pause, like close the book a little bit, and you see him kind of scratch the scale, the green scales under his chin, as you see like He's like, when I was a young druid, training with the others, let's just say I was much different. They would say, oh, don't head toward this area, there's strange monstrosities there, etc. And of course, I went. Of course, I did not listen to the Archdruids, and I went there myself to see. And he kind of shows on his arm, you see like there's like a scar that looks like 2 like fang marks. Like, I learned a lesson quite memorable that day. And you think like any druid would like heal the scars there, but like he has kept them there as a reminder. Like, but I understand what you mean. It makes I feel this doll has more motives, but I have not pressed your mother about them. She will tell me
Hard
in
to
time.
read. Not having, expressions that change.
Very much so. But as long as they seem cordial and they seem to show your mother reverence, they're fine
As
to
they
stay.
should. That's the only part that made sense.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be safe. Or try.
Of course. And I think you see Grace kind of looking out toward the window. You kind of hear it kind of call a little bit. It's like, of course, Grace. You can go check if you must. And you see Grace kind of fly out and kind of head on fly out toward the weapons deck and kind of
In the moment that Grace leaves the room, there's like an echo of flapping feathers. What's out the window?
I think you know that Grace is ever watchful, and he's been looking just periodically, like over the course of this trip. He's been flying up toward the weapons deck and then like scanning the area here, like flying within your air bubble too, and like just been guarding this area. Nabaru has like been being pretty hands off here and like just cooking for you. You can tell that he is still ever kind of a protector, kind of what he would do on Brawl.
I have Hecate go check on the window while I'm finishing up.
Yeah. You look out. Wakati will look out and see. Give me a perception check from there. Real fast.
Dun, 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 dun. That's one of the ones it doesn't fucking have. Is that wisdom? Okay. Nice. It's a 4.
4. I think senses aren't as keen as races are.
Just in my mind, like, hey, what's out the window, buddy?
It's like we get once again the raccoon sitting in the light, just like
Oh, he's invisible.
freeze frame, like it's like as you see Trace kind of fly back and like And Nabarro's like, I should make. Speaking of your mother, I should see what she wants to have today and what you all would like. As you know, he puts on the apron and heads over to where your mother is. Your mother's staying.
Sigh, leave the room.
As we are getting closer to the rendezvous point, I'm going to need one of you to roll for 1 day of travel here.
Two.
Let's go.
We broke it, gang.
That's the most WL.
I'm going to need a D12.
World record.
11.
I'm praying that's a good 11.
Well,
Jazz music stops.
that's a good 11. That's a good
As you're flying here
perspective.
through the astral sea, we've switched from Giles. You're on the helm now, right?
Correct. This would be my second day flying, I think.
Okay.
Sounds right.
Yeah, that sounds right.
What you all see here. I need a perception check from anyone who is out on the deck, any deck on the ship.
Would you say perception?
Yeah, perception check, yes.
That's where I was headed. Surely my own role will be better than my familiars.
I'm perceiving.
God damn it.
That makes sense. The guy with the fucking ship vision.
Yeah.
Well, tides have turned, and I'm rolling bad. 3
3.
on the die for a 8.
The astral sea is a strange place. On a 16th, Thea, if you would. Give me a perception. Oh, yeah, you might not be on the deck. I'm sorry. I won't assume. 13. On a 16, you see in the astral sea, there's a cluster of many things. You see, there's a cluster of like structures, like a broken, like almost like ruins on an asteroid. Like that's like a chunk of land here. Giles, through the ship's vision, though, you see what looks like a temple. Like, it looks broken, like it's ruined.
Does it look familiar in any way?
Give me a history check, I think. Give me a history check.
Are you pointing this out? So I think I missed it.
Keeping this to myself at the moment. Like, let me roll this history check first.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good.
On 11, doesn't the argument, any symbols or anything, looking for any like signifying marks from the architecture from it? You don't see anything really that makes any sense to you. It's just a ruin. But on that 21 perception, I think you see like a faint, almost like purplish light, like flicker for a moment from that building.
Is it like directly in the path of what I'm going, or is it?
Yes, it is.
All right. Well, I'll continue like on the same path, on the same trajectory, and just get closer to it. But I'm
Sure,
gonna
yeah.
slow the speed a bit.
Do you make this known to the rest of the group?
I notice us slowing.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
gonna-
Everyone notices that.
I'm going to continue to keep it to myself, but just to not sort of alarm anyone just yet. But do I notice any more detail as we get closer?
What I'll say is, as you get closer, you notice that once again, this building is, it looks like a temple of some kind. Well, it looks like it's been like something punched through it, like something with extreme force broke through. Like you can see that temple and it's kind of intact, but as you see like all the bits and broken pieces of the other ruins, it's like barely like a column here floating through the astral sea, a piece of land, like it's like something bore through this place. Give me a what would this be? Give me a nature check here. The DC for this is quite high, but a 12, it just seems like something broke through here or bore through here. You're not sure, but it's found its way in the astral sea. The rest of you notice the ship slowing up.
Do I do
head
the
to helm.
do the sorry, is the temple is
The
it
temple
like
what?
meant is the temple meant to be like on this like asteroid, right?
Like, is it supposed to be like? Is like
Like
the
it-
land?
Place there, or
Like
Sorry.
was it meant to be built onto this sort of space floating space rock, or was it a part of like a larger sort of like planet or something that then just got ejected into the
I think Giles, with the structure of it and how it's like built on it, you think that it's the piece of asteroid that it's on. It looks like it was built, like it was a part of it. Like this was like a whole and all. This came whole piece and all came into the astral sea. If that makes sense. It's
Gotcha.
like
Okay.
this wasn't like a later on that someone built this on top of. The building looks quite old too, and it matches the same as like the asteroid's land as well. Um, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's fair.
Knock,
Yeah.
knock, why are we slowing down?
Demi. Can you
Why did
take
they say
the can you go to the fucking Discord and it's goddamn push to talk. Holy Demi, can you take my telescope and go to the either go to the weapons deck or whichever, and look directly straight in front of us and point out any details?
details of as I'm taking the telescope?
Well, just tell me what you see.
Yeah, Giles, like you hand the spyglass off your belt, hand it back to Demi, who's peeking through and pass it up. Do you go from kind of this deck here, or do you kind of go
I go to the weapons deck.
what's deck? Okay, higher up. Makes sense.
What is the? Here's a weird question. What is
Sure.
the distance between the foredeck where the spelljamming helm is and the weapons deck?
You have to go from through the ship.
Straight line.
Yeah, through the ship, straight line, and then up on a ladder up to the weapons deck.
I'm going to repeat the question.
Yep. I need to understand what you're asking me.
What is the straight line distance from the foredeck to the weapons deck?
You know what, guys?
It's about like 20 feet. No, probably more than that.
It's got a new map.
We got a map for that.
Yes, we do.
That's the
Why is he
iPhone
moving it?
slogan. We got a map for that. That's what it was, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the map.
Yeah, I would say if this is to scale, right? If we're talking from where are you the hatch here? It's like a 30.
Main deck is 10. No, it's 8 feet tall, and then there's a bit on top of that.
Yeah.
But it
Looks like
is
another
on, but
8 feet.
it is on the like top roof of it though.
Yeah.
right?
Yes, it is.
So,
Yeah.
You have to go
So-
through some of this bit to get past like the structure that holds the wings.
yeah.
Thanks,
Straight
you-
line distance, 40 feet makes sense.
from the hatch to get
It's
down
yeah.
into
20 over 16 up.
Yep.
What is that in a straight line? So like 30 feet.
Uh,
That's too
A
far.
squared plus
Anyway,
B squared equals C squared.
It's
We
so
love
true. Let's
Pythagoras'
do it.
theorem.
Thanks, Pythagoras.
Let's really dig into this math real quick.
Anyway,
Less than
Moving
100 feet. Less than
Yeah, there we
too
go.
far for the thing I wanted to. I'm up here. I'm taking a look through this fucking telescope.
For sure,
I
yeah.
almost dragged Thea onto the map. That's not who I want.
Yeah, give me a perception check here.
Does the telescope give me advantage, or is it?
Yeah, pretty much. Like it'll give you actually. What are you looking for here? Because it'll give you just some certain things. It'll give you some sure things. If you're going to look more in detail, it's going to be an investigation check here. Because it'll just make you succeed this perception check, is essentially what I'm saying.
Okay. Then yeah, I guess I was asked to report details of
Okay.
the thing, as if it would be obvious.
Yeah,
and then
what
I
you
climb
see,
up on the weapons deck and I look ahead of us. Oh, all right. Well, fair
yeah,
enough.
you see the broken kind of ruin, and you see a bit of like the chunks of building earth and stone and like all this stuff ahead of you that you've been flying past. But you see that temple there on a 17 investigation. You look at the kind of
Fucking digital dice are nice to me.
building, looks quite old. What you see in the scope as you're looking through, you see a faint like purplish light kind of flash for a moment.
There's a flash of light.
A flash of purplish
Sorry.
light on a 17. This is great on a 17. I'm just gonna roll something real quick. Okay, you see a person on the outside of that temple. I think from the spyglass, you see them walk back into the temple, disappearing into the darkness, and you see a flash of purple light again
From where? From what?
from like a cavern. What looks like the opening of the temple itself, like a cavern or something like that.
Giles, can you hear everywhere on the ship? Is that how this works?
I don't know. Does
think
the
s- I think
ship
s-
vision give me
Oh,
ship hearing?
you feel stuff on the ship itself, and like you can. Okay, guys, we're spell jamming.
Yeah, I'm a spelljammer.
Yeah, guys.
Yeah,
Spell
we jam
jammer.
spells.
I'm putting my hat into the ring of no because I don't want whoever's on the fucking spell jam to be able to eavesdrop.
Bingo. I think you
Let's-
can see through the ship's
Oh, yeah.
vision and stuff like that. You can use you can use
Slide down
Yes.
both ladders, tip into the foredeck.
you can see and hear what's happening around the vessel. Well, this is happening on and around, but I think you're not gonna get like the fine things. Like you're not gonna hear like people's conversations. Like you know where people are on the ship and stuff like that, but you're not gonna hear like the finer details of conversation, right? I think that's fair.
Fair. Yeah,
Um,
that's fair.
3 questions about the temple
Yes, you may.
that I would have looked for.
Go ahead.
How many floors tall?
It is a one story.
Like from the outside, how
Mm.
many stories does it look like?
One or two.
Like I wouldn't be able to tell if it 2.
Yeah, two max for sure. Quite tall. Like this is like think like large, like Parthenon looking, like it's big.
Yeah.
Like large columns, like, but you know some are like knocked to the side. Some are just, destroyed. Some, like, it's quite large.
Could I tell that the nature of the damage was like cannonball type stuff, or a whale or other giant creature digging into it, or was it,
Base worm.
On a 17,
or was it like there's burn marks from explosives?
that's a funny thing to say, Ian.
I also thought space
Oh-
worm, but I wanted
oh
to
God.
throw out some other.
That's a funny thing to say. Demi, I need a nature check at advantage from you.
All right. Okay. All right. Even with advantage, I get a 13.
The
Bro, that's
marks,
pain.
the marks on
Just throw the
this,
dice away.
the marks on this, on the building and on the structures, they seem organic, like something organic made them. Something big. Something that tore through this place. Just massive. Like you could, I think as you get closer, you could see like what looked to be just like, almost like animalistic teeth marks, but like the majority is just like just destruction. Here. And
Last question.
Sure.
Did there appear to be anything added to this place? Did anyone set up tents or park a ship or try to patch over any of the holes?
Very good question. There is,
Listen, the dice don't like me, but I'm good at this game.
I understand. 17 is quite good, and and like I said, you automatically see the perception check to see this stuff for the details. There is what seems to be 17. Let me just see something real fast. Okay. There is a ship there. Small. Quite small.
Yeah, I don't think I would have tried to figure out what class it was, but
No, yeah, quite
those,
small.
Those are the things I looked at.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Details. There's something, put a bunch of holes in this. I guess it's a church, temple. I don't know. It's stone building, but big ass creature crawled in and out several times. I'm thinking about something else. There was a person who walked inside, and there was a flash of purple light from inside. Someone has parked a ship behind, a small one, but there's not much smaller than us. So if we have to run, we're probably matched in speed.
Right. Interesting. I'm wondering because I saw that purple light happen a few times, so it makes me wonder. Because you said a person went in,
They were
and then
looking
the
at me when I looked at them, and then they turned around and walked inside.
Right.
I didn't get a good
Then the
look at
purple
them.
light happened, right?
Again, yes.
Perplexing.
Pause.
Let the rest of the crew know. I'm gonna park the ship at this distance where we are.
Right here.
Oh, who asked Siri?
Who asked you, Alexa? You bitch.
Nobody fucking. I'm gonna say that I didn't get a good look at this person before they walked
definitely
inside.
not.
Definitely not. But I think I remember there being a flash of light while they were outside, and then they walked in, and there was another flash. Am I misremembering that?
That is correct. That is
Okay.
right.
So they aren't the cause of the light.
No. Okay. Well, either way, I'm
I'll go
gonna
rouse.
park the ship here and then wait until census of.
For sure. I think
Can I make a nature after hearing about this purple light?
yeah, sure. Or give me, yeah, nature or religion, whichever one.
Fucking go, Natty.
Nat 20.
Let's go.
So you look around here and see the signs, Morn. You've heard of a legend that you've heard whispered at some bars in Sharn and on some of your travels of a creature that could be capable of this amount of destruction. They are quite rare. And it's to the point where it's like you're in a sailor story where you're like, you gotta be talking out your ass.
Giant squid, get real.
Exactly. But you remember a conversation from a man who spoke about a moon devourer. And it was in the kind of hushed tones, much of like those tones where like they talk about the illithid. Of like, son, if you ever find yourself in between, you're shipping between a moon devourer and you see its teeth, it's already too late. You abandon ship or abandon all hope. And you remember them being described as these things that are massive worms. Just unfathomable. To the point of like, it's like kind of that Kandori thing of like, it'll just destroy you because it's that big. And you kind of have this realization that aware, like, wait. And as you look
Alice?
over,
Yeah, what's up, Morn?
It's time to go.
Time to go? Can you explain?
I will explain when we are far, far from here.
but what I'll say is, Morn, with the natural 20,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
you know that if a moon devourer was this close to you, there would be nothing you could do. So that purple light doesn't have anything to do with the moon devourer. As you look over, it's definitely unnatural and has nothing to do with the state of this place. You think something else is at work here.
Look, it's probably long gone, but this was definitely done by a moon devourer. Which,
Have I ever heard of that?
What the hell's a moon devourer? Sounds terrifying.
well, I always just thought it was an old tale, but yeah, it's basically a gigantic space worm that it's just, you are just an ant to it. It will crush you without even knowing you're there.
I think, Demi,
Oh.
you remember an illustration within the monastery of one of these, like by a Githyanki scholar.
I was about to ask which space we were in because I forgot.
Oh, yeah.
Cyber.
No.
Yeah, we're getting close, yeah. Getting close there. Yeah, you definitely have seen an illustration of one of these, like a beautiful, like, painted version of one, and to the point where it looks like a myth. Like it looks like a myth, right? It's like I mean, this is just some guy's like musings, and he got too like faded and like drew a insane worm. I was like, oh, right. Doesn't seem real.
That man, Frank Herbert.
True. Said, yup. Sorry. But yeah, you know that's not. Sorry. What?
I was just a little spooked. I mean, it's probably not here because we'd for sure see it.
What do you all do?
Well,
How about you two? I'm I'm down to go exploring. I'm also down to get the fuck out of here.
I think at this point
Yeah.
moment, Thea,
Autumn,
the
Thea?
ship is fully stopped, Thea, and as well Autumn. I think you guys
I went and got everybody.
for sure. Yeah, everyone's here. And I think I was like, well, I mean, if it could be something to it, if what you say is true, there's some people there. I don't like that purple light. Thea, what do you think, Autumn?
How much would Autumn recognize the name Moon Destroyer? Or Moon Devourer? What was it?
Yeah, Moon Devourer.
Moon Devourer.
I think not as much. Give me a history check here. 19's great. You've heard the name. As your time in the Library of Spheres, I think you've seen like more. Like I said, it feels it's almost to the point of myth, right? Like no one's really had like an actual scientific study of one of these because it's so dangerous to be near one. That like the closest people have gotten is like illustrations from far away and like seeing the signs of them and being like, okay, we need to leave now before things get really bad. So I think you've seen some like light academia on them and then like more like myth.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we should leave, to be honest.
That purple light flashes again.
Very well.
That's 2 boats for. Never mind. Thea, what do you think? I'm actually gonna say, if we think we should get out of here right now, we should maybe warn that person.
Yeah,
Or they know better than us.
I also
Well-
don't know what the purple light's about at all. It has nothing to do with the devourers.
We all stare at our favorite white woman.
I mean, I'm down to get out.
True, we've been on the ship for all these days. You're just like, dude, I need.
I can fight.
Just
Yeah, I could fight.
the most stir crazy Thea, just like, like, yeah.
Can we just
Okay.
like walk to a 7-Eleven? I don't anything. Just
That's so real. I think Thea's like, yeah. Aaron's like, well, someone has to stay with the ship here. So I guess I can fly you guys over there. Just be careful if things are bad. Just
Well, it's fine, Aerith. I can actually. What I'm thinking of doing is just fly over this sort of temple-looking thing, and land it, and then I'll relay what I can sort of see at least from that flyover, and then you can just chill the ship and just keep guard.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Sounds like a plan. Okay. As you all. So go ahead.
Operation Purple Haze.
Truly.
Operation Purple Haze. I think you see Aerith like, yeah, guess so. We move you all flying toward this strange temple. So you're going to do a flyover, correct?
Yeah.
Guys? And just see what you see.
I guess also I'll I'll tell Demi to also like keep an eye out on like while we're doing this flyover to look through the telescope, see what other things they might be able to pick out.
Yeah, sure. So I need for you and anyone else a perception check, but for Demi an investigation check.
I'll just help.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, digital
Bro, why
dice.
can't I see shit?
Roll that
Tough.
again. I help you. Also, that's kook.
Oh yes, of course.
Wait, it always has been.
Huh?
All these perceptions.
That's just they've been
Are
cooked
those
this whole time.
rolls right
I
though?
don't know.
I think
it
they
is
are.
correct.
It
It
is
is
right.
correct. It's just weird. But
This is a plus
nice
4,
and
yeah.
natty.
There's a
Based on
20.
them.
Okay.
Yo.
I'm thinking they're seeing.
Yeah, I think Autumn is seeing. So what I'll say here is that there is, as you look in the temple itself, Autumn, you see 6 figures down
Rich.
below. You see 6, hell yeah.
Cash
He's-
money, baby.
Actually, there's 6 figures clad in strange clothes. And there's a creature among them. And you see that there's 3 other humanoids within a purple circle. As you fly over and see that hole, you see this through the hole in the building, like something that like ran through here. This creature that was going to require a different check here, and I'm going to just grab it real fast. I think it's an Arcana is what it's going to be for this other creature. As you see these other humanoids around here, fairly clear, but there's an Arcana check for this other creature that you see. An 18. You've heard of these. And it's not like something that's like, oh, it's myth. This is something more real and dangerous and apparent. This is a Sirlon that you see in the midst of these other humanoids. And on an 18, you know that a Sirlon is this worm-like creature that's about like 7 feet long and has many legs and has no eyes. You see that it has like this purple colored robe, and it almost resembles like an earthworm, right? And you see it has like this wide maw with teeth. And you see it has like a dagger in its hand, and you see it kind of stabs into one of these humanoids, and like you see it rend them. What do you all do?
Yeah, I'm relaying
one
all
of
of
the
that
6 or one of the
information.
3?
One of the 3.
And the worm is the one doing the stabbing, wearing a robe?
Yes.
Fucking weird.
Bro, I love stumbling across space rock cults, you know?
So we know that there's just Autumn's relaying it all. Okay.
Yep.
I'm just gonna throw it out there again. I would like to vote to leave.
Purple light
Your
flashes
vote
again.
has been registered with the board.
Purple light flashes again. And Autumn, you see it here. There's a ring of purple runes. And as that person gets stabbed and cut, that purple light flashes. That ring of runes that you see flashes out from this place. What do you all do?
Do I see any other bodies?
On a 15 investigation. Oh, yes, you do. 4.
We're being relayed all this information from Autumn,
Yes.
from Demi, of like corpses, bodies. These worms are doing it.
Yeah.
And
I'm
putting pieces
I'm
together. I think we gotta probably stop this.
Yeah.
I think
Is it giving
we
you
got-
ritual
we gotta-
vibes, summoning vibes?
Yeah.
Oh, as I have the sight and hearing.
Do it quick. We've got a maximum of 34 seconds. 24 seconds.
Yeah. What's up? What do you got on?
Am I
Giles,
able-
I'm so bad.
Am I able to hear like any sort of specific sounds as I'm like trying to land this?
From
like,
here?
Yeah.
You rolled a 12, so I think you hear like the burst from the purple runes and that light. But I don't think you hear the specifics here.
Okay.
I'm trying to use
Nothing
the ship's
too-
hearing outside of the ship and like use that.
Yeah.
You don't hear anything specific here, but you know
Gotcha.
that there's
Nothing-
something happening down there that is wrong. Giles, what you know as your time on the third chapter, the Surlons are truly a malignant force that the SSA has like, they do battle with them, right? They're one of the like main opponents of the SSA. They ally themselves with illithids. And obviously Catherine would have told you that as being a Githyanki. They would have said, Surlons are, they despise them. And they have truly aligned themselves with illithids. And as you see, and like Autumn's telling you this ritual, it seems wrong here. What do you guys do?
We're landing, yep.
How far
Yeah.
away are we?
You can land pretty close if like there's enough space. Like I said, it's a whole like big platform. Like
We talk within 100 feet.
within 100 feet of the place.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, one final thing actually.
Yes.
Can I what is it? Can I tell Autumn to tell me what he sees on the small ship? Like
Like any markings or anything like that.
yeah.
The perception check will keep the natural 20. Nothing of note here. And that's, I think you gather that's by design. There's nothing of note.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
You can, to answer your question, you can land within 100, anywhere within 100 feet of this, like that you can get into.
Where are we while we're looking through the wall at this?
You'd fly directly over it here. I'm going to roll a perception check for our friends on the ground here as you guys fly over, just to keep this completely fair here.
Aerith, if you see, hear, feel anything, just call Giles' stone,
Of course.
and we will immediately leave.
Understood. I think you see that they're really serious, and Mycroft's like, I guess I can tag along, if you'll allow me.
Honestly, Minecraft, as I'm sort of like settling the darkened story down, it's like you can do whatever you wish.
It'd be good practice.
True. Well,
See how good you are with that bow.
quite.
As we land, I'm like, as we touch the ground, I'm casting guiding bolts on the
That's so based.
On the what?
on the worm. God damn it!
Let me just take a little look.
We're landing within 100 feet, and we can still see this before they notice us. So I think at the same time as Giles' guiding bolt, or no, see, on him. You've done this to me.
I know.
It's just today.
Yeah.
You have done this to me.
Today and now the rest of the campaign.
That's right.
It'll go on the bingo board.
It will. What are you trying to do? That guiding bolt
Alright,
does
let
not
me
do it.
Finish my sentence. Hoping that we are hidden. I have marked the knife. What's my fucking to hit? 30-20.
To do what now?
I'm shooting my hand crossbow and trying to knock the knife out of the worm's hand.
We're quite far, right? Within 100 feet. Well, no, you're landing the ship within 100 feet. You're flying over to do this, correct?
This would have been while we
Yeah.
were flying over.
Yeah, I guess just say Onums was also within flying over if we were in range.
Yeah, I
don't know.
I don't know if a called shot like this is quite possible. If I'm going to be real,
I would have to reroll anyway because I was
Yeah.
doing advantage for being hidden, but it would be disadvantage because we're far away.
Yeah.
So, but how far away are you shooting this guy? You're 120 feet, so you're definitely below me. Yeah, belay everything I just said.
Sure. As you land and move and head toward this temple, there's nothing in your way here. You have a clear path and you're running toward this place. Rushing toward this temple, trying to beat whatever is happening here. There's a pause. And I'm going to move you guys over the space.
Oh, Lord.
I'm thinking it's a ritual.
It's the door to the outside.
Yes, it is. Drag yourselves here. Everyone is dragging themselves here. That is where we're going to end it tonight.
Damn.
Piece of shit.
Damn.
Fuck off.
Damn.
I'm sorry.
That's
Why-
actually such great timing because I'm like falling asleep.
Why did we roll so
That-
good until the last fucking
Yeah.
day we're combat?
Always by design.
Surely.
Part of me is like, yeah, we have to abide by the rolls. But the other part of me is like, once we get to the second half of our game and we haven't hit it yet, just throw it at us. So we have time to do it.
For sure. Well, we will see you
That's
guys.
good. This is good to have it be the
Yeah.
cliffhanger that we
Yeah.
come in on.
Yeah. We will see you guys in the next one as the group tries to stop this strange ritual from happening.
Fuck you. You're that clean outro, piece of shit.
You guys be safe. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.